All right, and we are live. Hello, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. Time is just after 3:30 on this Thursday afternoon, and we have what's likely going to be a pretty busy evening of weather ahead of us. We just had a severe thunderstorm watch that's been issued for the entirety of our KVUE area through 10 o'clock. We are expecting a pretty decent possibility of strong to severe storms, with hail being the main threat. So, want to do a quick update for you, and of course, we'll have a full update on the forecast coming up at 5 and 6 on KVUE. And what we're going to do with the stream here today, we want to just keep you updated as many ways as we can. I'm going to go through the live update now. We'll keep a radar stream going for you over the next couple of hours. What we'll do is we'll just pop in and out of here. In between the 6 and 10 o'clock newscast, we'll likely kind of stay on and do some digital wall-to-wall coverage for you guys. Just so everybody is up to speed, and I've got the comments and everything pulled up here. So if anybody has questions on the forecast, please fire away. Here's a look at our watch. Again, this goes through 10 p.m. It includes all of our KVUE counties. The main concern through this evening is going to be large hail potential. So one of the things you could do right now, or one of the things you could do when you get home from work, if you've got a carport, if you've got a garage, if you have somewhere where you can get your car protected, that's probably a good idea ahead of tonight. Could have some big hailstorms. Damaging winds, that will be concern number 2, and there's also a chance for an isolated tornado or 2 through this evening, but that is not our main threat. This is the storm outlook. We've continued to see the expansion of the slight risk, the level 2 out of 5. 2 days ago, it was just northeast of Austin. Yesterday, it included most of the I-35 corridor. Now it includes all of our KVUE counties. And just to go through and show you, this is the hail outlook, and I know this looks kind of funny when you have the dashed lines like that. That's what we call the hatched area. And the hatched area means that the Storm Prediction Center sees the potential for not just hail, but maybe hail that could be damaging. So we're talking hail that could be upwards of ping pong ball size. What the National Weather Service was saying when they issued the watch was that some of the biggest hail could be up to apple size. Now, that is not saying that everybody sees hail that big, and not all of you will see hail at all, but the potential in any of the stronger storms is there for some very large hail tonight. We've got a lot of instability built up. So what's happening right now? We have some scattered showers and storms out there, and we have severe storms developing up closer to the cold front just to our north, but at the moment, we don't have any severe weather here locally. Let's get in a little bit closer, though, and we'll get in with the high-res radar just to show you what's going on. You can see that up in San Saba County, there is now a severe thunderstorm warning, but all of this stuff that's cycling through right now along and east of I-35 is not severe. Now, we'll need to watch it. The main severe risk is going to be late afternoon into the evening between 6 p.m. and midnight. Now, before then, some of this scattered activity could develop into a stronger, even a severe storm, but I think that the more widespread issues are going to be this evening as a line of rain and storms moves through. But just to give you a little bit of a tour, looks like some pretty heavy stuff. This is a thunderstorm, northern Travis, heading up towards the Leander area into southern Williamson County. These are producing heavy rain. These are producing lightning, but none of these yet have been able to get going to be strong enough to produce any hail or anything like that. But we'll be keeping a close eye on them. And then likewise, I'll watch this activity moving through far eastern Bastrop County into southern Lee County. All of this stuff kind of sliding up to the north. You can see the way it's moving. This is going to bring some heavy rain and some lightning to Giddings, but again, no cause for concern here. This is just some rain. Okay, so here is the latest on the timing, and we'll go through a couple different model runs here. This model has had a pretty good idea on things, but I told you this yesterday. This is a little bit of a tricky setup, so the radar is not going to look exactly like this, but the point being, we get into this evening between 6 p.m. and midnight. That's when we have this line of storms that will be moving through. And I see we've got some questions, some comments building up in the chat. Once we go through this, I'll get those answered for you. So between now and 5:30, it's going to be more scattered hit or miss storms. So as you drive home from work, not everybody is going to be seeing heavy rain or storms, but some of you will. Now by 6 o'clock, we get this line of storms developing up first north of here, close to the cold front, and that slides down into our area. So by 8 o'clock, through parts of the hill country, northern I-35 corridor, even into northwest Travis, we have this line of storms developing. And again, I do think that these will be strong, if not severe, rolling into the Austin area between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. That's the latest timing. Now, give or take an hour or so there, but we think 8 to 10 p.m. is when the metro is going to start to get in on some of the action here. Large hail potential, could have some gusty winds in there. There's the low chance for an isolated tornado. And then these move down to the southeast. So here's 11 o'clock, that leading edge now moving into Fayette County, into parts of Hayes County, into perhaps the San Marcos area, Caldwell County. And again, these could still be strong to severe. We have heavy rain back behind it. And then here, let me back that up one more time for you, just to show you the timing as far as when it moves out. By the time we get into midnight and especially 1 a.m., I think this is going to start to get some clearance from our area. So we'll back this up. Here's 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and then the rest of the overnight should be pretty quiet. Now, tomorrow morning, this will be kind of the interesting part of the forecast that we'll have to keep an eye on. The cold front itself is not going to move through until tomorrow morning. This model has just some clouds early in the day, maybe a shower, and then we're back to sunshine by the afternoon. Now, it is possible that tomorrow early in the day as the front moves through, we could see some redevelopment of storms. That looks unlikely, especially if we get a bunch of stormy weather tonight. I think that's just going to work over the atmosphere. But if for whatever reason there's some areas that miss out on storms tonight, and I don't think that many will, but if that were to happen and the atmosphere is not as worked over, well, then we could get back into some storms tomorrow. But as of now, I think the vast majority of us see the stormy weather this evening, and then tomorrow is mainly dry. So we don't want severe weather. No, we don't. It's that time of the year, though. We do want the rainfall potential. So let me show you this. Rainfall potential here. Again, unfortunately, some of the numbers across the hill country are lower, although they have even trended a little bit higher here. And if you get under a good storm, a quick quarter inch plus is possible. And the totals won't look exactly like this, but the potential is there for some areas, especially along and east of the I-35 corridor, for 2 to 3 inches plus of rainfall. So while we don't see a significant flash flooding threat, we can't completely rule out some flash flooding, and especially some minor flooding. We're talking ponding on the roads, maybe a few low water crossings that get covered, and some creeks and streams that get going a little bit. This is our flood outlook for this evening. You can see it's the 1 out of 5 that extends into Llano and Gillespie County, and then the 2 out of 5, that's the slight risk for the northern I-35 corridor, Round Rock, Georgetown, points northeast into northern Bastrop, northern Lee, northern Milam County. So in that zone especially, if we were to see some heavy rainfall, we think there could be some pretty heavy rainfall rates here. If you were to catch a storm that stayed over here for a while, it's possible there could be some flooding, but that's not my main concern. And then real quickly, I'll show you the 7-day. Of course, we'll go through these details coming up in the full forecast at 5 and 6 here on KVUE. For now, I think just a 20% chance of an isolated shower or a storm early Friday, but most of the day should be dry. Saturday, also most of the day is dry, but late day into Saturday night, another system comes up. So this is kind of a change we've made to the forecast in the past couple of days. Now we're looking at widespread rain and storms again on Sunday. Now, not ideal if you have outdoor plans on Sunday, but I'm hoping, I don't see a big severe weather risk on Sunday. I'm hoping we can just get some beneficial rain and no severe weather issues. Monday, a 30% chance for storms, and then Tuesday, want to go ahead and get that on your radar. Tuesday of next week, we're already kind of pegging that day where there could be a couple of severe storms again on Tuesday. So it's a ways away. We'll get through this system first, but just an early heads up Tuesday, we'll be watching it. And then I think we get a cold front at some point late next week, and that may clear us out a little bit. But that's a pretty active forecast that continues for us as we get into the weekend and early next week. Okay, let me pull up the chat here. We'll see if we have any questions here. We appreciate everybody sticking with us. And again, I know some people get apprehensive about the weather. We don't want anybody to be scared about this stuff this evening, but it's just a situation where we could have a couple of rowdy storms, and I just want to make sure everybody's paying attention to the forecast. And for those of you watching, you probably watch us here on KVUE, but if you don't already, have the KVUE app downloaded. It will alert you if there's a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning or a flood warning for where you live. It'll ping your phone so that you know what to expect. Just make sure you have a reliable way to get warnings, and just kind of plan your evening around this. I don't want to disrupt you too much, but probably not a good evening to be out running errands, especially late between 8 and 10 around the metro as we have these storms that will be moving in. Okay, stand by, getting the feed pulled up here just so I can see what the comments are saying. Stephanie, I appreciate it. Tricia, seeing some rain right now in Cedar Park. Yeah, we do have some rain out there. Speaking of, I'll take you through a couple of sky cams. This is our Oasis cam. This is our tower cam, where off in the distance we've seen some showers out there, and I'll get you back to the radar here in a second. We do have some scattered storms out there right now. None of these are severe, but I will be watching as some of these could intensify over the next 2 to 3 hours. Main threats, hail. Again, large hail is going to be the main concern for us this evening. This is our severe thunderstorm watch that's been issued through 10 p.m. Honestly, it would not surprise me if this gets extended a little bit longer. It may take until midnight, if not a little bit after, for the stormy weather to fully clear out of our area. So let's get you back to the radar. Some folks in Williamson County getting some rain now. And just want to show you this stuff is not severe, but the radar is pretty quickly becoming more active. Here's the high-res radar. This is Williamson County. Let's get into here I'm going to pull up actually our Round Rock sky cam. We'll see if we can get into some rain for that area. So here's a live look in Round Rock. Let me pivot this around a little bit. Not seeing any rain there, but we do have some showers that are nearby. Again, none of this stuff is severe right now, but these are some storms producing some locally heavy rainfall. So if you're about to head home from work, I know we're getting into 4 or 5 o'clock. Nothing severe out there, but y'all just be mindful and make sure you're paying attention to things. Looking back over towards the west, and at some point we might, we're getting into some showers and stuff that are developing there, but that immediate location at the moment is dry, although that may change here in the next 5 minutes or so. So what we'll do, I'll get you back to the radar. We'll go through things one more time, and then I'll let you go, and we'll leave you with the radar loop. We have meteorologist Jordan Derensberg, who is in here with us as well, so we'll do team digital coverage. And if we get any warnings, we need to go on TV, we'll do that as well. But just want to keep everybody as updated as possible for today. Here's our storm outlook, the 2 out of 5 for our entire KVUE area now. Main risk is going to be the hail concern. I know this map looks kind of funny to people. It's got the dashed lines on it. That's what we call the hatched area. That's where the Storm Prediction Center sees the possibility, at least, of hail, not just hail, but hail that could be large. Upwards of ping pong ball size, maybe as large as apple size. Not everybody's going to see that tonight, thankfully, but there could be an area or two that gets a big hail producing storm to move through. So that's kind of what I want you thinking about for tonight. If you get a warning, or just go ahead and plan ahead, but if you get a warning, have a plan in place where you're thinking, how do I protect the cars? How do I protect any other property that may be outside that needs to be protected? Just something to start thinking about right now before the storms really get going. Severe storms just to our north, but nothing severe here in our area just yet. This is the latest model data for you. Again, radar is not going to look exactly like this, but between now and 6 p.m., we'll have more scattered activity. But then after 6, we start to see this becoming more widespread. 6 to 8 p.m., this line of storms develops. Northern I-35 corridor into the hill country. And then moving into the Austin metro, it looks like 8 to 10 p.m. is going to be the stormiest time frame for Austin. Again, there's parts of the metro that have storms right now. They're not severe, but I think that this line is going to bring the biggest severe weather risk between 8 and 10 p.m. Hail, gusty winds, maybe an isolated tornado. And that quickly moves down to the south. Here's 10 o'clock into 11 o'clock. Once we get midnight and beyond, I think that leading edge is going to move out, and tomorrow should be a drier day. April tuning in, you are welcome. Michelle, I appreciate it. Hazel, folks are asking, do we have a cap in place in the atmosphere? We have had a cap through today, but as you can see, the cap's going to break this evening. We've already got storms that are forming. This is not really a situation where we're trying to wait and see anymore. We're pretty confident that we're going to have storms that develop tonight. So again, we have a severe thunderstorm watch between now and 10 p.m. Make sure you have your KVUE app downloaded. Keep the ringer up on your phone. Just make sure you have a reliable way to get your alerts. I'm going to sign off of here for a little bit. Again, we're going to pop back onto the stream as frequently as we can. And coming up here in an hour and 15 minutes, 5 o'clock news, 6 o'clock news, we'll go through the full forecast and everything. But for now, I'm going to leave you with the radar loop. So the mic's going to be off. There's not going to be any sound. It's going to loop through the radar, so you can come back to that if you want to see the radar image. And we'll pop back in as needed through the rest of this afternoon. Y'all let me know if you have any questions. I'm going to sign off for now. Y'all stay safe through this evening. All right, hello everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here alongside Meteorologist Jordan Derensberg. We've got a very busy radar right now. We have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a flash flood warning now for Milam County. It's going to be a busy evening of weather. So we're going to be live here on the KVUE YouTube page, on the KVUE app, KVUE Plus, here on Facebook. Wherever you can find us, we're going to stay live with you through this evening, and if we need to, we'll pop onto TV every now and again as well, just to update you with what is going on. So let's kind of go through all of the active storms right now, and let's start here in Milam County. This is where we actually have two warnings right now. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for hail potential, and then also a flash flood warning for the northern half of Milam County, where there's already been quite a bit of rain today. So we will start with this one. This is the severe thunderstorm warning. This goes until 7:15. I'm going to cue up the numbers here and see the potential for hail there. They are saying 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail that could be up to $half size in this storm. And I'll tell you, this is going to be one to just keep an eye on. There's a few areas, especially northeast of Austin, that have been trying to rotate a little bit. We also have the straight line wind potential, again, up to 60. This is an area near Hanover that is trying to spin a little bit. Again, we don't have a tornado warning or anything like that right now, but I just wanted to tell you it's a small chance for a tornado through the rest of this evening, but it's not zero. The main concern, though, is clearly going to be the hail here. All right, let's work our way down the line. This is Williamson County, where this is just a mess of a complex of storms. We'll get the main warning up here, and there's several warnings, but the main one now is for Burnett, Travis, and Williamson. This warning goes until 7 p.m., and we'll cue up the numbers here and see what kind of hail potential they are tracking. They are saying hail up to the size of ping pong balls. This is a serious deal, and you're going to see this with all of these storms. Hail's the main concern. Look at this. There are several hail cores here. So right now, if you're in a warning or if you're not in a warning, if it was me, I would make sure my car was protected. Anything outside, any sensitive property like that, make sure you take care of that before these hail-producing storms come in, because some of these are producing large hail up to ping pong ball size. I'm going to pause this, and we're going to get in here, and we'll track some of the hail cores. Here's one in western Williamson County. It is between Andice and Liberty Hill. This is going to be hail probably closer to, say, quarter size, but it's going to cross over 183 here soon. These storms are kind of drifting down to the southeast. And the hail cores a lot of times have been moving more due east. And then this is a bigger hail core. I mean, look at this. Huge area of hail from Marble Falls up to Fairland, south of Burnett, and then closing in on Bertram. I'll pull up some of the numbers here. Again, hail's going to be potentially up to quarter size in pockets. This is this darker blue up here in Burnett County. That's probably upwards of quarter size, where it could be closer to $half sized hail right now. And I've got the comments in the chat and everything pulled up here. So if you guys have any reports that you can pass along to us, it would be really helpful here, and we'll make sure that we're keeping an eye on things. And we've got Jordan, who's keeping an eye on things in the National Weather Service chat as well, and we'll get to him here coming up in just a moment. But let's work our way down the line a little bit more. All of this is severe warned. We'll back out the view again. We have another severe storm, which is in Gillespie County. And I'll tell you, Gillespie County has been getting just pounded by several storms. The bright side of this, though, is that at least these things are producing some heavy rain for an area that really needs it. The ideal situation, though, would be for us to get beneficial rain without the hail. But here's another warning. This includes northern Gillespie County, but does not include Fredericksburg, but it does include Enchanted Rock as you get into southern Llano County. This is going to be a warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail up to quarter size. So like we did with the last one, we will get in with the hail tracker, and what these hail cores do, they cycle. So for a moment, it'll look big. This could be $half ping pong ball size hail, then it falls apart. It'll regroup, and then it develops again. At the moment, it's looking fairly small, but we'll just have to continue to watch it. These storms have been cycling through the rest of this, or have been cycling over the past couple of hours, and will continue to do so. Before we get into the models, I want to show you a couple of live views. This is our Oasis cam. This is our tower cam. Real quickly, I'm going to punch up our Williamson County cam, our Round Rock at the Kalahari Resort. That's probably going to be our cam, which is closest to one of these storms. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, we got some dark skies in Williamson County. And what we'll do here, Jordan, I'll let you go through the model with everybody coming up here in a moment so you can get that queued up, and I'm going to move around in this camera for a while and just pan around so everybody can see. And again, if you guys have any reports, we're going to be here with you through this evening. If you could send them in, you can tweet them to me at Hunt_WX. Look at these clouds rolling in.
Yes, absolutely.
And if you could send those reports to us, we'll look through them and we'll share that to everybody. If you have any pictures that you can safely pass along, we would love to see those as well. All right, Jordan, I'm going to have you over on Max 2. Your microphone is on, and I'll let you walk everybody through the timing.
All right, let's take a look at that timing right now. We see that line of storms making its way through right now. This is getting to around 7:38 is when Austin proper, we expect that line to make its way through. Could have that severe warning storm extend into Austin proper, but then as we head into 8, 9, 10 o'clock, that's when it should make its way through the coastal plains. And you could see a little bit of a bow there as it gets through, according to this particular model data. So that could be something else to watch, because we could be looking at a wind threat in addition to the hail threat that Hunter's talking about here. And then everything should try to get out of here by around 11:30. Could see a few cells hang on past midnight, but then everything should be out of here during the overnight after all the instability in the atmosphere has been worked. But then as we head through around Friday, much of the day Friday, maybe 1 to 2 pop-up showers according to this particular model, and we're not really worrying about thunderstorms at this time according to this one. But again, Hunter talked about this earlier in the newscast. It is possible that we could still see 1 to 2 storms if the atmosphere isn't worked enough. But according to this model, it does appear that the atmosphere will be worked to a point where we would not have to worry about any of that. However, we're looking at rainfall accumulations again, like what we talked about. Should be very healthy rainfall totals in some areas that desperately need it. Portions of the hill country may be shunned for the most part, but again, the coastal plains may get around another 2 inches plus. And in fact, while we're on that subject, there could be a flood advisory issued shortly for Burnett and western Williamson County because of radar estimations of 1 to 3 inches of rain as a result of this system. So heavy rain could be a bit of a sleeper when it comes to this. But again, for those of you who missed the timing, we're mainly looking at around 8 for Austin proper and places such as Pflugerville out toward Elgin and then areas north of Giddings. And then as you head to 8:30, Giddings, Bastrop, Cedar Creek, those areas right by Coda in South Austin, maybe Buda and Kyle as well. 8:30, 9, 10 o'clock. That's when we look at Schulenburg, LaGrange out in Fayette County, areas to the south of Bastrop, places like Lockhart, Luling at around 10:30 and 11 before clearing out through the overnight. Hunter?
Yeah, hey, let me turn on my microphone real quick and I'll get you back to our sky cam. This is our Round Rock cam at the Kalahari Resort. We have that storm in Williamson County that is closing in. So here before too long, we're probably going to get into some really heavy rain there. You can see the dark skies. As we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that goes right up to Round Rock, but the bulk of the storm right now is up closer to Georgetown in northern Williamson County. That tornado warning is north of here, right? Or is that outside of Milam County?
That's in Milam and Robertson till 7:30.
Okay, all right, so what we're going to do here, guys, is we're going to hop onto TV. We do have punch this up for you. We do have a tornado warning right now for parts of Milam County. Jordan, I'm going to pass it back to you while I talk to the guys in the back, and we'll get on TV for you guys.
All right, yes, and what we've got is that tornado warning storm for eastern Milam County. This is just off to the east of Milano, and you can see a really good area of rotation just off to the east of Milano. It is in effect until about 7:15 or 7:30, I should say, but it should be out of Milam County within the next few minutes. However, a tornado warning is indicated on radar until 7:30. It was just issued about 3 minutes ago, but it is moving east at around 25 miles an hour. It's moving toward Gauze, so if you're in the Gauze area of Milam County, you need to make sure you're in that safe spot, lowest level of your home, away from all windows, and we are looking at that couplet once again, and it is a pretty well-defined couplet here, so I do not blame the National Weather Service office in Fort Worth one bit for this decision to issue that warning. but it's going to extend on out into Robertson County. And when it does extend into Robertson County, and once the storm moves out of Milam County, then it will be out of the KVUE viewing area. But right now, this is for area just to the north and east of Milano, headed toward Gauze. If you're along Highway 79, you're going to want to make sure that you are in your safe spot. This is, again, near Gauze, and we're going to be having this warning until 7:30, in addition to all of the other warnings that we've talked about for the hail.
All right, Jordan, I'm going to hop on real quick. So we're going to get on air here for a moment. This is going to be a black screen for about 2 seconds. Then it'll pick up on the on-air feed. We'll see you guys in a moment. Time is now 6:51. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here alongside meteorologist Jordan Derensberg. We have a tornado warning that has just been issued for eastern Milam County. So we're going to hop on here for a moment and walk you through this storm. This does not include the Cameron area. This is for the far eastern portions of Milam County. This is a warning that will go through 7:30. So you see the little hook here that is developing. This is going to be the area to watch. So what we want to do is we'll get in on the velocity here and we'll see what type of couplet that we are getting here. This is going to be south of the Gauze area, but if you are located in Gauze right now, you are still within this warning, so we want to make sure that you are sheltered at the moment. We do have a couplet that's there. It's not incredibly tight right now, but it's certainly one that we want to take seriously. And just for reference here, I'll get this kind of circled for you. This is the area of the storm that we are watching that is heading up towards the Gauze area. So if you're in Gauze right now, I want to make sure you're taking your tornado precautions as this possible tornado is heading up in your direction. Now, we don't have this confirmed. This is a radar indicated tornado, but this is one that we want you to make sure you are indoors. Tornado precautions, that is an interior room, putting as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. Now, just very quickly, and we're going to stick with this tornado warning, but to show you, it is a very, very busy evening across central Texas. We have a whole slew of severe thunderstorm warnings. There's also a flood warning for northern Milam County, so it's very busy. All of this is mainly a hail threat, not so much the tornado concern. The tornado warning right now is only for Milam County. So we'll get back into that tornado warning, which again will take us through 7:30. If you live in Cameron, this does not include you, but the urgency right now is for the Gauze area. You are included in this tornado warned storm. We have meteorologist Jordan Derensberg, who is watching things with us as well. Jordan, you just let me know if you see anything in the National Weather Service chat as far as what they are seeing here. But Gauze, this is tracking right along 190 right now towards that area. We continue to watch the velocity couplet here. It's not anything that is super well defined, but this is going to be kind of down in this area. This is going to be the spot where we are watching things for what could be a tornadic circulation. And outside of this, there could be very gusty straight line winds. Remember, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for the same area, so gusty straight line winds that could be 60 plus miles per hour will also be possible here. We've got Jordan over on Max 2. Jordan, we'll toss things over to you. Are you seeing anything in the National Weather Service chat or any reports from this possible tornado?
Okay, they are saying with this particular system that it has a very small gate-to-gate circulation. So if it were to be a tornado confirmed, it would be a very, very small area in which we would have it. So this is according to the National Weather Service office in Fort Worth. Now, Milam County is with a different office than the rest of the KVUE viewing area. Their National Weather Service office is located in Fort Worth. The rest of the KVUE viewing area is located down in New Braunfels, and it covers both the Austin and San Antonio areas. So We are seeing that couplet. It's not really as defined as when this warning was first issued, but it does look evident that there's a very small little bit of rotation. And we're going to show it to you. It's right here, just to the south and west of Gauze, just as Hunter was talking about. So if you live in the Gauze area, you want to make sure that you're in your safe spot. That is the lowest level of your house. Make sure you have as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And also, once you are inside that interior room, make sure you have your shoes on. Make sure if you have a helmet, maybe like a bicycle helmet or a football helmet or a baseball helmet or a hockey helmet, any type of helmet will do. And it will really help you in the event of a tornado impacting your home. So you want to make sure that, again, you're in the lowest level of your home, as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And please, please, please make sure you have your shoes on as well. And if you're in a mobile home, make sure that you are out of that mobile home and into a sturdy shelter as quickly as possible, because it is looking like it is possible that there could be something trying to cook just to the south and west of Gauze. Hunter?
Yeah, I'll take things over here. So I put a storm track on this storm for you as we come back over here to Max 1. Put a storm track on this. We've been talking about the Gauze area. It's moving in right now, so we want you taking your tornado precautions immediately. If you live in Gauze, it's this tornadic circulation. Again, not confirmed, but a serious situation where we want you taking the tornado precautions. This part of the storm is moving in, and then ultimately this is going to pass to the east. It's moving east at about 25 miles per hour. This is going to move out of Milam County. It will be out of our KVUE County. And again, this is the only tornadic storm that we are watching for you right now. Jordan was talking about how it had a very, very small area that was trying to spin. So that's why when we look in on the velocity here, there's nothing that is immediately super concerning. But these type of storms, they can cycle up very quickly. Then they fall apart, and that doesn't mean it couldn't cycle up again. So if you're in this polygon, if you live in eastern Milam County, especially if you live around the Gauze area right there along 190, we don't want anybody driving in this. We just want you to take a moment here and make sure you're taking your tornado precautions. But as far as what I'm seeing on the velocities with the wind speeds here, I'm not seeing anything that is telling me there's an imminent significant tornado or anything like that. But it is a situation where we want you to be sheltered as this warning continues through 7:30. Outside of the tornado warned storm, we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, including in Milam County right now. So this activity over Milam County, this could be more wind. That could easily be 60 plus miles per hour in some spots. And then the hail threat, especially with those storms over northern Williamson County and into parts of the hill country right now. And just to show you some of the hail cores that we're watching, we'll get into those details. You can see, you can pick them out even with this tornado warned storm over Milam County. This is going to be hail that could be upwards of quarter size right between Gauze and Hanover right now. Hail that could be quarter size in addition to a possible tornadic circulation. And then outside of that, all of these severe thunderstorm warnings, which include Williamson County, these are going to be for hail potential. And I want to give you a heads up here. I don't like the look of that. We're getting closer on this hail core, which is developed between Liberty Hill and Georgetown, and this one is intensifying. This could be upwards of quarter size hail right along 29 here, in fact, just to the north. So this is going to pass close to Georgetown right now. Here's Sun City right here. So if you live around Georgetown, if you live around Sun City, there's a pretty sizable hail core heading towards you. Want to make sure, again, your car, anything that is outside that you need to protect from hail, make sure you are taking those precautions right now. The hail threat and the wind threat with those severe storms, but we only have one tornadic circulation right now, and that is with the storm that is in Milam County near the Gauze area. Again, just want to be super clear here. This is the tornadic circulation. It is the far eastern part of the county. If you live in Cameron or you live in Thorndale, parts of Milam County are under the warning, but this does not include you, so you do not have a tornado threat right now. You do have a very strong storm that's moving through, but it is not an imminent threat for a tornado. So we're going to hang on here for another couple of minutes, and we'll see what the National Weather Service in Dallas decides to do with this warning. In the meantime, we just want to make sure everybody in Gauze, make sure you are taking your tornado precautions right now. These are strong storms that are moving in for sure. They are producing hail. They have a history of producing hail. And from time to time, earlier we had a tornado warning up north of the Milam County area. It tightened up for a little bit, and from time to time, in Milam County especially, these have been tightening up and showing a little bit of rotation. So Just one of those storms where we want to make sure you are taking your tornado precautions, and here in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so, we'll get this out of Milam County, and this will be out of our KVUE area. Looks like we got a new scan there, so let's get in on the radar, and we'll keep an eye on things. Jordan, you got something over there from the National Weather Service?
Yeah, we do have something from the National Weather Service. This is in the New Braunfels office. This is talking about that hail core near Georgetown, and the wind threat is increasing for Lago Vista, according to that National Weather Service office. It's now up to 60 miles an hour. And as you just saw, Hunter, talk about, we have $half sized hail estimated on that severe storm near Georgetown. So, yeah, the hail core definitely, if you're along Highway 29 between Liberty Hill, 183 and Georgetown, I would say if you are in Georgetown, make sure you get those cars in that garage, because hail damage can cost quite a bit of money, and I want you to make sure that your property is protected at all times. Yep, that hail core just grew again.
Ooh.
It's now 1.5 inches, so that's around, I would say, $half size, maybe even golf ball sized. And we're looking again. Let's see if there are any other big hail cores right now. And we are talking about that tornado-warned storm in Milam County near the Gauze area. That too has a pretty well-defined hail core within it as well, and it's at around 1.4 inches. So very similar situation in terms of hail with that tornado-warned storm as well. That's about to make its way out of Milam County and out of the KVUE viewing area, as Hunter just mentioned. And let's see if there's any others. By the way, that Gillespie, Llano County severe thunderstorm warning, that's been canceled. So all clear for the moment for Llano and Gillespie County. Still could have some small hail embedded within that. But again, we're watching northwest Travis County, much of Williamson County, as well as Milam County with those severe thunderstorm warnings. And of course, the tornado warning for far southeastern Milam County, including the Gauze area, especially with that hail core. Hunter?
Yeah, so put a storm track on this hail core for everybody. We'll come back over here to Max 1. So here's the big hail core that Jordan was talking about. This initially could have been quarter size. I would say this could be larger now, and we'll look for any of those hail reports as this starts to move into some more populated areas. But here's a look at where this is heading as it's moving down to the southeast. These hail cores, again, they pulse up, so hopefully this weekend's on approach to Georgetown, but that's certainly not a guarantee. Georgetown, right now, I'm trying to give you the earliest possible heads up. You have maybe another 10 minutes as this approaches town. Now, again, I hope it weakens, but Georgetown, you do have hail that is approaching your area. So if you've got a car that's outside right now, it's about to start pouring rain. In fact, for many of you, the rain may have already started. I hope you have this protected, as we do have a very sizable hail core which is coming in. Now, further down the line, if this holds together, this is going to be longer, but places like Hutto and Jonah, just want to give you an early heads up. I want you to be watching this storm and out ahead of it. Just to be very, very cautious, I would go ahead and protect anything outside that you think could be sensitive to hail. So that is the situation right now. We have one tornado warning. That is for Milam County. The severe storms that are moving into Williamson County, these have a big hail threat. They have a gusty wind threat, but they are not tornado-warned storms. We have our Skycam right now, which is in Williamson County, Round Rock at the Kalahari Resort, and look at that. That is a look at that mean severe storm which is rolling in to Williamson County right now. Not raining here at this Round Rock location just yet, but all sorts of dark clouds in there. So that is kind of a sign of what's to come, a very ominous sky there from our Kalahari cam in Williamson County. So we updated you guys on the hail. Georgetown, again, please make sure you're taking your hail precautions right now. Let's get back to our tornado warned storm, as this is in the process of moving out of Milam County. And this is not going to be a storm that has a super clean signature to it. We've actually got a couple little areas that look like they're trying to spin here. This area, which is passed through the Gauze area, this is along 190. And then down towards the Hicks area, there's another little kidney bean shape that's trying to get going there. So let's hop back into our velocity and we'll see if we have any additional couplets that are forming there. So there's kind of two areas that I'm watching here. None of them are screaming confirmed tornado to me right now. Again, this is a possible tornado. It is not confirmed, but it is a situation where you need to take your tornado precautions. We have this area right here trying to spin a little bit near the Gauze area. Then down to the south, there's another little broad area of circulation that's trying to form. So Gauze, do me a favor, just stay in your safe place for a little while longer. I know you may have plans on this Thursday evening. Just stay indoors for a little while longer, and hopefully we can get this tornado-warned storm out of here. One of the other things that we'll keep an eye on, there are storm relative winds, and this is actually showing that up a little bit better where, there's kind of two areas. I'm watching this right here trying to spin, and then this is kind of what's left of the circulation that initially caused this tornado warning. It's not super tight right now, but it only takes one scan for this thing to tighten back up and look like a bit more of an ominous situation. So give it another 10 minutes and this is going to move east out of Milam County, but just continue to take your tornado precautions right now. Outside of that, there is a severe storm moving into Milam County with big hail potential, gusty straight line wind potential there as well. Backing out the view, and what I want to do real quickly. So you see, we've got this big line of storms. This is developed north of Austin up along a cold front. More storms have developed across the hill country. And as all of this activity sags southward into our area, what's going to happen is I think all this is going to kind of gel into one big batch of storms, and that's going to be moving in. So if you live right now in the Austin metro, and you see those ominous clouds up to the north, but there's not any rain, this does not mean that there's not going to be storms. I'll hop into our high-res model real quick and I'll walk you through the timing of this between 8 and 10 p.m. That is when I think we're going to get into more of the stormy weather here in Austin. So here's a brand new model run. We'll go through this together, 9:30 into 10 o'clock. Again, we've got this big batch of storms that's developing and it's drifting down to the south, and our model is picking up on what could be some pretty big hail cores that are still developing. Hail is going to be the main issue with any of these storms tonight, and those will be moving down to the south. Here we go into midnight. By 1 a.m., I think we'll start to get the worst of this weather out of here, although even into 2 a.m. for parts of Fayette County, we could have some lingering storms, and those will move down to the south through the overnight. So that's kind of the play-by-play. We've already had a number of warnings through this evening, but I think we're just getting started here in what will be a pretty busy evening for you. So we have one tornado warning for eastern Milam County that is about to move out of the county. Once that happens, we'll drop you back to regular programming, but we're going to continue our constant coverage on KVUE Plus, on KVUE.com, our KVUE app, all of our streaming sites, and we'll pop back onto TV periodically as needed. That tornado warning, though, is soon to be in the next 5 to 10 minutes moving out. And then we have severe storms that are now moving into Williamson County. Next up is going to be northern Travis County. These are big hail-producing storms, and there could be gusty winds in those storms as well. That is kind of the big picture for you. We'll get back in here to Milam County, where we have a tornado-warned storm. There's a few areas, like I mentioned earlier, that are trying to spin. None of them right now are leaping off the screen at me and saying, look at me, this is a big tornado. That's not the situation here. But we've got a couple areas, one right here that's trying to spin, then another area down here that is trying to spin. Let's give it another 5 minutes, get these out of Milam County. They'll get trimmed out of the warning, and then we'll get you back to your regular programming. What we'll do is we'll continue to look at the velocity as well. And Jordan, you seen anything from the National Weather Service?
Yes, the National Weather Service chat. This is from the New Braunfels area. That covers most of the KV viewing area, including Williamson County. We just got a report of hail of ping pong ball sized 5 miles east of Liberty Hill.
Oh.
Ping pong ball sized hail. Now this hail tracker is showing the hail core slightly weakening just to the south and west of Sun City. So good news on that front, but yes, this is basically the hail threat that we have been talking about over the past couple of days, and we have our first of possibly many reports of hail of about that size. So definitely, when we say get your cars into the garage, take those hail precautions, we mean that, because this is going to be the first of quite a few of those. And then again, yeah, with that tornado-warned storm about to head out of Milam County, that's still a pretty sizable hail core as well. Look at this, around 1 inch in diameter hail. It was a little bit wider on the last scan, but now it's just shrunk a little bit. But at the same time, it's just off to the north of US 79. And what that's going to do is make its way out of Gauze and then head on into Robertson County into the Hearn area, which is, again, not part of the KV viewing area. But that hail core in Williamson County that likely produced that ping pong ball sized hail near Liberty Hill, that has weakened. So we definitely have good news on that front. And by the way, there is the only other severe warned storm from Milam County. The entirety of Milam County is in that severe warned storm, and this is going to be until, as we turn this on here, that's going to be until around 7:45 or 7:15. Let me see if we can pull up that particular warning. It's catching that tornado warning until 7:30, but it's until 7:15. So in the next few minutes, this storm is going to get out of the KV viewing area as well. But then again, you're going to have to start watching portions of Lee County with that severe thunderstorm warning, especially along Highway 77, closer you get to Giddings. So we've got a little ways to go, as Hunter mentioned, and we'll be on all our digital platforms once everything is out in terms of this tornado warning.
Yeah, Jordan, we'll move things back over here to Max 1. I wanted to talk about that storm report that Jordan mentioned. So here it is. This is where they were picking up on ping pong ball size hail. Let me cue that back up for you guys. A National Weather Service report there of hail, ping pong ball size, that is 1.5 inches or more in diameter. But the good news is now, on approach to Sun City and on approach to Georgetown, the hail core has weakened a little bit. Now, I say that cautiously. I told y'all how earlier these hail cores, they cycle down. Looks encouraging. Storm regroups, they cycle back up. So still, hopefully you are taking your hail precautions. You've got anything that needs to be protected, taken care of ahead of this storm. But here in the short term, at least, the news is good, is that the hail core has come down a little bit, because east of Liberty Hill, ping pong ball size hail. Now the hail core coming down in size as it approaches Sun City, Georgetown, and then ultimately this is going to cross over the I-35 corridor. Now, one other aspect of this that I want to touch on, the rainfall. You know, we know about our drought conditions, especially across the hill country. We know about our lake levels, all of that. We don't want severe weather and hail issues, but we're going to need to keep an eye on some of these rainfall totals as well. Look at some of these across northwestern Williamson County and also parts of Burnett County. I'll cue up some of these numbers. I mean, look at that. That is a radar estimate of 4.5 inches of rain. So if we continue to see some storms training over these same areas, there is a flash flood concern tonight. Now, it's not my main concern, but if we get some areas that start getting 4 to 6 inches of rain plus, then there could be some flooding in a few areas. So that is something that I'll watch for you guys. Look at, I mean, all these radar estimates are 1 to 3 inches, if not locally higher, from around Burnett into Bertram and into Williamson County. So these storms are coming in with big hail cores. They're coming in with just torrential rain. And a lot of these have been severe, in addition to the one tornado warning from Milam County, which is in the process of moving out. I want to keep an eye on this Skycam over the next few minutes. Look at that. Big lightning as these storms are sagging southward. So Georgetown area already getting in on the stormy weather, but this is going to keep sagging south into places like Round Rock and then eventually into northern Travis County. So we're going to be keeping a real close eye on this Skycam as we've got ominous clouds and all sorts of lightning out there. So back to the big picture for you. We have severe thunderstorm warning, Williamson County, northern Travis County, another severe thunderstorm warning from Milam County, as well as, I'm looking there at that tornado warning as well. So let's get back into that. I'm making sure they don't have any reports in that area. It's not a report, just making sure. Had to squint my eyes there for a second. But this is still a tornado warn storm that is trying to spin. You can see this thing is definitely spinning. Now, I don't know that the couplet has gotten tight enough where this has been a tornado confirmed down on the ground. Honestly, it looked a little bit better over the last few scans, and now it's not looking quite as organized. But this is a warning that goes until 7:30. Here shortly in the next few minutes, we'll get this to move out of Milam County, and then the tornado threat will be ending, at least with this storm, for our KVUE area. But just to double check for you guys, we want to get in on our velocity, make sure. I'll tell you what's kind of interesting is, we'll go back to the reflectivity here. So we've got a little area of spin that's not exactly synced up. So right here, we got a little area that's trying to spin. Again, that is still on the east side of Gauze. That's not really synced up with the part of the storm where you're getting that little hook. So again, this is not a situation where we have a confirmed tornado, but it is a situation where we still want you taking your tornado precautions. Reading through the warning here, again, they're saying radar indicated rotation. Originally at 6:57, they said a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles southwest of Hearn, moving east at 15. This has not been confirmed, but it's a system that is moving east, and we'll get this out of Milam County here before too long. Want to get back into our hail potential, and we will start with what's going on here in Milam County. This hail is looking maybe quarter size or less, but still there's pretty widespread hail. It's come down in intensity a little bit. And hopefully that's a sign of what's going on with the storm. If you see a decrease in lightning, a decrease in the strength of the updraft. The hail core comes down a little bit. Hopefully that is also the case with the rotation, and we see that rotation diminish as well. And we've seen that same trend with the storm moving through Williamson County, where when that was moving through Liberty Hill, we had ping pong ball size hail, confirmed report. Now we've got much smaller hail that is approaching Georgetown. Very happy that that hail core is weakened. And then another hail core right now that's going up near Leander. That one is doing kind of the opposite. That one is pulsing up, so that will be one to watch over the next couple of scans here as well. Here's what we'll do. So let's do another storm track for this, as these are starting to move out of Williamson County and becoming more of a Travis County deal. These are moving southeast at about 25 miles per hour. So I'm going to take just this section of the storm, and we'll get these going down about 25. And here's a look at the approximate timings here. So like we were talking about during our newscast, once we get closer to 8 o'clock and beyond into 10, that's when some of this activity is going to be getting closer to parts of the Austin metro. With this particular storm, and again, it may be a little bit slower, but it's showing around 7:50, 8 p.m. We could start to get some of this activity down in closer to parts of the immediate Austin metro and parts of central Austin. And that will include the potential for some hail concern. That will include the potential for some gusty winds. And the tornado threat, again, is low. And I want to walk you through that hail concern just to show you this is our storm outlook. We have the level 1 out of 5, right? Here's the tornado risk. It's the low. It's a 2% chance for a tornado. That is low-end tornado risk. The wind risk is a little bit higher, the 10% wind risk. And then hail, the main concern when they include you in this dashed area. I know it looks kind of funny. That's what we call the hatched area from the Storm Prediction Center. That means they see the potential for large or significant hail that could be ping pong ball size, maybe even larger. And at times we've had confirmed reports of ping pong ball size hail with these storms that are moving through. So now we are just hoping to get this storm out of Milam County, and that's going to happen here pretty shortly. There's a few areas here that are still trying to spin that we told you guys about. So if you live in far eastern Milam County, if you live north of the Hicks area, make sure you continue to take your tornado precautions. Jordan's been keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat. You have any updates on this?
Yes, I do. And we do have a couple of reports of hail sizes. We got a viewer video actually from Georgetown near Sun City. She described it as blueberry-sized hail. And there was another report from W Cares at around 7:10. It was about 1.5 inches per hour of rain, as well as pea-sized hail near the Cedar Tail Trail and Painted Bunny. This is both in Williamson County. So yeah, like what we said with that big hail core earlier, that's thankfully now weakened. But remember, don't let your guard down just yet, because as Hunter mentioned, it's going to weaken and then fall apart and then bubble right back up. So it's going to be going in a little bit of a cycle throughout the course of the night. So we're going to be watching this for you. And yeah, that hail core associated with that tornado warning is now about to cross the Trinity River on into Robertson County and out of the KVUE viewing area, but a little bit more starting to bubble up just to the north and east of elevation there, right there along 190 and Highway 36, I should say. And that's around 0.8 of an inch of diameter hail. That is, again, just to the north and east of elevation there.
We'll come back over here to Max 1. I want to show you guys the rotation tightening up a little bit on the tornado-warned storm that is now, as Jordan was saying, about to move out of Milam County. This is the Hopewell Church right here, just to give you a landmark. Again, this is far eastern Milam County. This is the river here, so this is the border with Milam County. Once it crosses out of here, it's out of our KVUE area. But this area north of the Hopewell Church, far eastern Milam County, it is starting to tighten up a little bit. I am seeing slightly stronger signs of rotation in this area. So I know it's been a while now. The warning will go until 7:30. Give us another 10, 11 minutes. We'll get this thing out of Milam County, but we are still seeing signs of a storm that is trying to spin here. And just to back this up, to give you a little bit of a better idea of where exactly we're looking at, this is the Gauze area where earlier we were watching that circulation on the east side of town. This is the Hicks area down to the south, the Hopewell Church right around here. This is the circulation right now, which is in far, far eastern Milam County. That's going to cross over. That's going to head towards the Sutton area. That is out across the Brazos Valley. That is not a part of our KVUE area. So that is our tornado warned storm. We'll make sure they haven't updated the warning yet. They still have not. So still tornado warning that continues until 7:30 for Milam County. And then outside of that, we have a whole slew. And I'll tell you what, this has my attention down here in, this is going to be out of, okay, so that's not in Lee County as well, but this little appendage right here heading into Caldwell, that has my attention too. The National Weather Service may be watching that for a tornado, but that is out of our KVUE area. Hey, here's some good news. You know what? They have canceled the warning now for the time being for Williamson County and for Travis County. So when we get this tornado warning out of here in the next 5 to 10 minutes, I know I've been saying that it's been kind of taking its time getting out of here, but once we get that out of here, that will do it. There will not be, at least for the moment, any severe warnings. So the hail sizes have really come down over the past 10 minutes or so across Williamson County. And we hope that that continues. These are big lightning producers still, but hopefully the hail threat kind of winds down here, at least for a little bit, as these are sagging southward now into parts of northern Travis County and into the metro. Want to get back to our Round Rock camera because we're going to have some heavy rain that is moving into that area as we speak. Look at that. Yeah, earlier we showed you it was just ominous clouds off in the distance. That's not in the distance now. That is rain that is falling. I'm looking for the winds there. They've taken the flags off of the flag poles there. They pay attention to the forecast there. Whenever it gets windy, they take down the flags. Doesn't look terribly windy in this location. And again, earlier there could have been the threat for some 60-mile-per-hour winds, but the National Weather Service is saying these storms coming down in intensity a little bit. So for the time being, they have allowed the warnings to drop. You still see the lightning out there, and that's what I want to get to next. The potential for lightning. We'll see how many lightning strikes these big storms are producing. We've had just tons and tons of instability today. That is why we're getting these big updrafts, why we're getting these big hailstorms. So first we'll do just this stuff in Williamson County. And that is 482 lightning strikes right now over Williamson County. It's going to live update for you. So big lightning producers. But again, these storms are no longer severe at the moment, but they are dropping all sorts of heavy rainfall. The radar estimates are up close to 5 inches over parts of Burnett County. And just to show you where that heavy rain is falling, yeah, we're going to need to watch this area. 4.2, we're going to need to watch this area right on the Burnett-Williamson County line. It's possible, I believe they have a flood advisory for that area now. It's possible they might need to upgrade that to a flash flood warning if we continue to get some rain in that area. So we'll be watching that closely for you over the next 20 to 30 minutes. So big picture view. We have a severe thunderstorm, San Antonio, not in our area. These are strong storms across the hill country, not severe, not producing hail right now. Strong storms, big lightning producers, Williamson County, northern Travis, no longer severe. The one area of concern that we continue to watch is this Milam County storm, which has a tornado warning with it. And here shortly, I believe, looks like they have actually trimmed this out. Let me verify. Oh, still, they're still watching it. It's still got that hook to it. Yeah, and this thing's still trying to spin. You see that? Yeah, I don't like the look of that still. So you can see the circulation right in here is going to be the area of concern here. Let me get into the velocity real quick, and then we'll get over to you, Jordan, here in one moment. Okay, yep, so this thing is wrapping up again. This is an increasing area of circulation. Let me draw this on here for you. This is going to be north of Hicks. If you live north of Hicks, up right there along the river, right on the border of Milam County, this is an increasing area of circulation that we are watching for you. This is the area of concern here. I mean, you can see it where it's just starting to wrap up a little bit as this storm has been going through cycles. Initially, it was strong. That's when they issued the warning. It weakened a little bit, and now this thing is trying to tighten back up a little bit. Don't see any signs of a debris ball, which is good news. I'm going to look here at our shear tracker, also not picking up, well, and there you go. So it's picking up on increased wind shear here. That's, a sign that the ingredients are there for tornadoes as well, and it's going to be in that same area. So this is a storm that is intensifying, and that velocity couplet is looking a little bit more concerning to me over far eastern Milam County. Jordan, are you seeing anything from the National Weather Service on this?
Oh, yes. We are seeing something about the flood advisory. We're in Georgetown with this latest report. It came down at 7:15. The Georgetown, Berry Creek, Meadow Green, and Oakwood Hills. There's a report of flooding on Mary Creek. So definitely, like what Hunter's talking about, I wouldn't be surprised if this flood advisory does become a flash flood warning, especially when we're starting to see flood reports like that now. So again, heavy rain starting to really sneak up on us. But when we're looking at that rotation, as Hunter just mentioned, yes, quite a bit of it. As we take a look at that velocity vector, once again, starting to become more well-defined. However, the good news with that is that it's going to be out of the KVUE viewing area in the next, I would say, within a minute or so, it will have crossed the Trinity River and has left the KVUE viewing area. But again, we are watching that severe warning storm. That's for all of Milam County. Could extend into Lee County, northern Lee County, but right now that Houston office has extended that into Brazos County, Burleson County, and Washington County as well in the Brazos Valley. Not in the KV viewing area, but we are watching that flood advisory, not just for Burnett, Travis, and Williamson counties, but we've also got one for northern Gillespie County as well. So Harper, Fredericksburg, you guys are in it as well because you guys have also seen training of thunderstorms, especially. That's good news for you guys because I do know that you guys are in that severe extreme level of drought, and so that should help the drought situation, but definitely want to pay attention to that flood threat. It's starting to sneak up on us a little bit, especially we're definitely watching Burnett, Williamson, as well as northwestern Travis County.
Hey, real quick, I wanted to give you guys a vantage point of the storms which are now closing in now in northern Travis. This is our tower cam. You can see these pretty ominous clouds that are rolling in. But again, the good news is that the severe warning for Williamson County and northern Travis has been dropped. So these storms at the moment are not severe. All of the hail cores that we were watching, for the moment at least, I'm not saying this is going to be the case for the rest of tonight, but for the moment at least, have gone down below severe limits. So again, this stuff right here, strong, lots of lightning. Earlier it was producing over 400 lightning strikes. No longer severe, but we really need to keep an eye on this Milam County storm, which is in the process of moving out, but it's got a velocity signature to it, which has us a little bit more concerned than earlier. Yeah, but look at that. I tell you what. So it's starting to move out. It's starting to move out of the area again, which is the good news. This is the area of rotation, and it is right on the Milam County border. But if you know anybody, or if you are watching from just north of Hicks or just north of Aston, this is going to move in here shortly. This is an area that is trying to spin. In fact, the circulation continues to look a little bit more well-defined. We'll get back in here to the velocity. Yep. And you guys know how the Doppler winds work. It's sampling the winds, how fast they are up in the storm. This is the area where it's trying to spin. And anytime you see those brighter greens, or it kind of goes into the white, or down here you see the brighter reds go into the oranges, those are stronger winds. And this is the area where it's still not a terribly tight couplet, and this is still just radar indicated. This is not a confirmed tornado. We've been watching the chat from the NWS in Dallas, who's responsible for Milam County, and they do not have any confirmed reports of this tornado. But this is the area that we're watching, about to move out of Milam County. So once that happens, they will trim Milam County out of the warning, and then for the time being, there will not be any additional warnings for the KVUE area. But we'll need to continue to watch that. Yeah, that storm is definitely trying to spin. I mean, you can just see it here in the radar presentation right here in this area. The storm has an increasing now tornado signature, still not confirmed, but increasing tornado signature crossing out of Milam County momentarily. But right here along the county border, north of Hicks and north of Aston, this is a dangerous storm where we want to make sure you're taking your tornado precautions. Again, that means an interior room, put as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. Just make sure you are sheltered and indoors as this comes on through. Let me get you back here to the big picture, and then we'll go through the timing on everything one more time as these storms will sag down to the south. So here's our radar. All of this, very heavy rain, lots of lightning. There's a flood advisory up across parts of Williamson County, parts of Burnett County. But none of this right now is severe. We've been watching the hail potential at times. We have had hail cores developing upwards of ping pong ball size, but I've got the hail tracker turned on. That's a big hail producing storm south of our area in San Antonio. The tornado producing storm still producing hail moving out of Milam County now. But look at this, just a little bit of gray popping up here in Williamson County. That's where There could still be some pocket size change hail, but we're not seeing any sort of severe hail. The criteria to be severe warned for hail is quarter size or larger. We're not seeing any of that right now in this stuff up in Williamson County, moving into northern Travis. This is just stormy weather, strong storm. Now, that's not to say that this couldn't ramp back up again and we could get some hail issues popping back up, but for the time being, we are seeing good signs here. Okay, let's see. I believe, did they just trim this warning? It's still there. There's so much lightning in these storms, you almost have to turn off the lightning just to be able to see what's going on here in the radar. With the red warning, it tends to blend in a little bit. But here's our Milam County storm. And it is still showing some signs of trying to spin here, but the good news is this is moving out of our area momentarily. We don't want our friends to the east to have to deal with tornado issues either, but the good news is that this is starting to move out of our area, and it's still got that area where it is trying to spin. It's going to be right in here. We'll get in zoomed in a little bit closer, and then we'll draw the circulation for you. Right in here, we still have signs of this thing that is trying to spin, but it is spinning its way out of our area. So this is going to move out of Milam County. The warning, let's see, that initially was going to go through 7:30. Looks like they've issued a new one through 8:15. I believe that's going to be the one that takes it into Robertson County out of our area. Jordan, do you have any clarification from the National Weather Service on the warnings, what they're going to do there? They say anything about
They
that?
haven't really said anything. They did extend it to like 8:15, but it was moving east at only 10 miles an hour. So
yeah.
Really, really slow moving storm. However, we are taking a look. We are getting multiple reports out of, I'm pretty sure that these reports are out of the San Antonio area, but I could be wrong, but I can tell you that we do have that severe warning for the New Braunfels area that's been canceled. That's not in the KV viewing area. You were talking about that hail core near San Antonio. That's exactly that particular warning, that severe warning storm in the San Antonio area. That's what you were talking about a moment ago. Again, we're tracking that flood advisory. That is for Williamson, Eastern Burnett, including Burnett proper, as well as Marble Falls, as well as extreme northwestern Travis County. So places like along Anderson Mill, just to the north of Lago Vista and Georgetown and Hudson Bend. Leander, you're in this. Cedar Park, it does not appear you're in this at this time, and neither is Round Rock for that matter, but definitely want to be staying on guard because, again, let's pull up these accumulations one more time, and we've got quite a bit of accumulation. As Hunter just talked about, we're going to scroll up again. We're going to show you guys. This is a section of northeastern Burnett County, just southwest of US 183, and that's nearly 5 inches of rain to the south and west of Florence there, and that's just off to the southwest of 183. Between Leander and Lampasas saw quite a bit of that rainfall, and we're going to turn it back again to that auto warn, to that area of rotation that Hunter's talking about. We don't have any indication yet that the National Weather Service office in Fort Worth is going to drop Milam from this warning, but eventually we should expect it to make its way out of here within the next few minutes because it's right on top of Mumford almost, which is in Robertson County. So I think the National Weather Service office in Fort Worth is going to be dropping Milam from this momentarily, and it's going to be mainly a Robertson, maybe even Brazos County themed warning, and it might even pass, according to this model, could pass maybe just off to the north of Bryan. And there is that new scan that kind of showed you it's moving very slow at around 10 miles an hour. And we're going to put that tracker on it because it's going to pass a little bit to the north of Bryan, and it's near Navarro Elementary at around 8:31, but that's all the way in Brazos County out of the KV viewing area. But it looks like the main area of rotation, and we're going to go ahead and clear this out so that we could show you this main area of rotation. It's right in here to the north of Aston. So that means that it's pretty much out of Milam County, and we're going to be watching that chat real closely from the National Weather Service in Fort Worth to see when they drop Milam from it.
Yeah, I want to show you guys another view of this storm and at least the rain that is moving in. This is our Concordia University camera. A little bit of wind there. Trees are rustling around. We've got lightning. We've got heavy rain. This is in Northwest Travis. Again, our Concordia University camera. And then you get back to our tower cam where we've got real ominous clouds coming in from North Travis County as these storms are moving in from the south. This, as we were saying, is the flood advisory that has been issued. This includes parts of Burnett County and Williamson County. And for the time being, because the tornado warning storm is moving out and because temporarily at least the hail cores have weakened, rainfall is going to be one of the big things that we're watching here, where these are the radar estimates. I just want to punch up some of these numbers like Jordan was talking about here. I mean, some really impressive radar estimates south of Briggs. That's nearly 5 inches of rain. So the flood advisory is for minor flooding. It's the step down below a flash flood warning. If we get a little bit more rain in these areas, it is possible that a flash flood warning could be issued. And that's a threat that we'll continue to watch, at least in isolated spots through tonight. But we have pretty widespread 1 to 3 inch and then some areas 3 to 5 inches of rain that has fallen here over parts of Burnett County and into Williamson County. So here's the big picture for you. The reason we're talking to you right now, we have a tornado warned storm moving out of Milam County. That will happen momentarily. Jordan, this thing is moving so slow. It's moving at like 10 miles per hour. But eventually, this thing is going to move out of Milam County. But until then, eastern Milam County, north of Hicks, tornado precautions. And then this stuff is all just heavy rain and lots of lightning that is moving into the metro right now, but this is not severe. I've been watching the hail scan up in here. It's not picking up on any quarter-size hail like what we had earlier. We had a hail report near Liberty Hill of ping pong ball size hail. Thankfully, that has weakened at least for the time being. Likewise, this stuff in the hill country, this is actually playing out almost exactly how our models were showing it, where this is all fusing into one big line of storms. The front's still up here. Okay, so as the front sags down into our area, all of this is going to push down to the south, and that's how things are going to play out. And I tell you, I'm glad this thing is moving out of our area, because just as this is exiting Milam County, it is starting to get its act together. Let's go back into our high-res model here, and I want to time this out for you guys as we're still in the process of getting this storm out of here. So this is brand new data. Let's go through it. Here's 8:30, so checking the time now to 7:30. So here in the next hour, we're getting activity going into parts of the metro. And our model is still picking up where it's showing the bright whites, the bright pinks, where it's possible those hail cores, even though for now they are relatively tame, they could still ramp up. We still have tons of instability out there. So as this moves down to the south, we're going to continue to have a hail core. Did they drop that warning, Jordan?
They are going to replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning, Hunter.
Excellent news.
They're going to replace that with a severe thunderstorm warning for Milam and Robertson.
Excellent news. So Milam County about to be dropped from the tornado warning, and that means that we'll be able to return you to regular programming here in one moment. I'll go through the big picture one last time with you, but we'll be able to get you back to your normal programming. We will continue our coverage, though, through the rest of this evening. We're on KVUE Plus. Jordan and I, we're just going to stay there all evening long. So if you check us out on KVUE Plus, our KVUE YouTube page, KVUE.com, the app, Facebook, all of our streaming sites, we want to keep you up to date. So even if we're not on TV, we're going to be there. And just want to tell you guys, although this stuff is not severe now, it's not a guarantee it stays that way through the rest of this evening. So make sure you stick with us and make sure you have that KVUE app downloaded. If we get any more warnings, it will alert you if that warning is for where you live. Okay, one last time. Let's get you in here to Milam County, where the tornado warning has been dropped, replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning now for areas that are moving away. So over the next 1 to 2 hours, we'll see this activity getting back close to moving into parts of the metro. This stuff sagging down to the south. We're going to have to watch the hail threat. We're going to have to watch the wind threat for you as this keeps moving down to the south. But for the time being, we will leave you here on TV. We'll get you back to your normal programming. And again, we're not leaving you in the dark here. KVUE Plus, we will continue our coverage. We'll get back here on TV if needed. Y'all have a good night. All right, hello guys. So we just finished up our coverage on TV. If you're watching us on KVUE Plus or any of our streaming platforms, what I'm going to do, I'm going to toss you over to Jordan Derensberg, who's been watching this. Looks like you're highlighting the flood advisory right now. Our warnings have been expired. The tornado warning for Milam County, that's expired. So Jordan, you can walk them through some of these big rainfall totals. Seeing a note here from the National Weather Service, actually, they're saying instantaneous rainfall rates increasing across northern Travis and eastern Williamson County. They will issue a flood advisory for this area soon. So, looks like here, we hope that hail threat stays down. It may be evolving into a little bit more of a flood concern, Jordan, so you can walk folks through
Yes, let's go ahead and go through that because we've had so much rainfall in Burnett and Williamson County as well. And Hunter just talked about it on air. Look at this, just to the south of Briggs. Let me try that again because there is a much better reading than just 3.3 inches. That's about an inch plus just off to the north and east of Georgetown. But here it is right here in Briggs, near 5 inches of rain just to the south of Briggs, just off to the west of Highway 183, just along that little creek. And that is what's going to cause potentially some light minor street flooding in those areas, in those poor drainage areas as well. And like Hunter just talked about, we could have quite a bit more where that came from over eastern Wilco, as well as towards northern sections of Travis County. So places like Pflugerville, up toward the Domain, the Executive Airport. That's what we're going to be watching. Manor, maybe even as well. So we're going to have to watch this closely. Steiner Ranch, Briarcliff, those areas. We're going to really be paying attention to that. And we do have the new flood advisory that's out. And it does include Austin proper. This does include Austin. It includes, let's see who's in it. Round Rock, Taylor, Hutto, Granger, out toward Coupland, the Executive Airport, down toward Steiner Ranch, down toward Hamilton Pool, Laga Vista, you're in it as well. And a flood advisory is in effect for Travis and Williamson. And flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected. And that's going to be until 10:45. It's until 10:45 because heavy rain due to thunderstorms was indicated about a minute ago. And it's expected to begin shortly. Between 1 to 2 inches have already fallen, and we're expecting 2 inches more over the area. So minor flooding is possible. So according to the National Weather Service, we've got Austin, Round Rock, Cedar Park. Yes, you're in it as well as Leander, Pflugerville, down toward Elgin as well. So Elgin, that's Bastrop County, getting close to Bastrop County. Bastrop County is not in this flood advisory this time. And, oh yeah, now we're getting a report from the National Weather Service office. This is in Gillespie County, where you've got a flash flood warning being worked on here. So we've got a flash flood warning for Gillespie County on the way. It's being worked on. Back building of storms they are concerned about. And we're going to look at the totals there too, because Gillespie County, you know, they've had a bit of a training of those thunderstorms as well. And training of thunderstorms, that means that the thunderstorms of heavy rain are trailing over those same areas over and over again, creating what we call a train. And there it is, 3.5 inches along Highway 16, just to the north and east of Fredericksburg. And we're looking at another one here. This is to the north and west of Fredericksburg, near Harper, around 2.7. That's already fallen according to the radar estimate. Now, let's see what we have here as well. Of course, you know, we have the tornado warned storm that did leave portions of Milam County. That's been replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning, which is good news there. Let's see here again. Radar has that storm moving along and down to the south. We're about to get some of that heavy rain right here at the KVUE studio. We could hear it in just a little bit. Now the heaviest rain now passing through Lakeline Mall area, Lakeline Boulevard, along Highway 45. And it's now hitting the Domain area as well, near Mopac. So Mopac from Wells Branch all the way down to near where we are is seeing some of that heavy rain as well. Round Rock's getting some of that heavier rainfall down toward Highway 79, Hutto, Lake Pflugerville, the Dessau area about to see some of that heavy rain and a lot of thunder and lightning. Let's see if we can get that lightning layer on there as well. And there you can see it, quite a bit of energy with these storms. It's not severe, but it's generating quite a bit of lightning in and around the Round Rock area as well as at the Domain. So if you're in northern Travis County anywhere like the Domain, like the Austin Executive Airport near Even, you may want to make sure you're inside Wells Branch down toward Walnut Forest. You want to make sure, and out toward Valente as well, you want to make sure that you are inside and not under a tree, please.
Hey, gonna hop on here real quick. So we just got a new, switch over to Max 1. We just got a new flash flood warning for Gillespie County now. This area will be under a flash flood warning until 10:15. This is look, we don't want flash flooding concerns, but this is an area that is dealing with top level exceptional drought. So look, if we have to get a little bit extra rainfall, hopefully we don't have any big issues, but let's go to some of the accumulations here. And these are going to be the radar estimates across northern Gillespie County where this new flash flood warning has been issued. Some radar estimates, upwards of 3 inches in some areas from Harper to south of Doss. The heaviest of the rain has been north of Fredericksburg, but this has been enough to prompt a new flash flood warning. This is why I say it's a little complicated here with the rain. This is the drought monitor. Gillespie County dealing with either top level exceptional drought or with the second highest level, that is extreme drought. So in some ways it's just good to have quite a bit of rainfall going on out here, but want to give you a heads up, low water crossings, creeks and streams, that sort of thing could be flooded here. Want to pull up what the National Weather Service is saying here. I'll read the warning for you. Let's see. They're saying at 7:44 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rainfall across the warned area. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain has already fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Some areas that will experience flash flooding include Fredericksburg, Stonewall, Cherry Spring, Crabapple, Enchanted Rock, State Natural Area, Doss, Eckert, Willow City, and Harper. So if you live in those areas, want to give you a heads up. We have flooding possible or ongoing. And then I'm also watching north of Harper, another little hail core that is trying to get going there. Pulling up the chat here just to see folks who are following along with us. Pflugerville, lightning is awful. Nasty, but filling my pool. Hey, that's one side effect. Those places are getting a lot of rain. Sure thing. Okay, so let's see. Got a couple of Skycam views for you. Look at this. So this is pretty. This is our tower cam. You can see those ragged clouds coming in. This is our Concordia camera, northwest Travis, where we do have the rain that is moving in here at the moment. And again, we do have this new flash flood warning that has been issued for Gillespie County. But outside of that, let's get in closer to the metro now and let you know as we have some really heavy rain and lots of lightning that is moving in. What I want to do here, I mean, look at all this lightning. That is just crazy. Let's cue up some of the numbers here. So I'm going to highlight this part of the storm, and this isn't even going to really encompass all of the lightning. Over 550 lightning strikes moving from the Round Rock area into northern Travis. Let's get our Kalahari cam pulled up too. And again, if you guys have any reports of what you're seeing where you live, we would really appreciate it. Here is, yep, that is our Round Rock cam. Look at that. I mean, it's crazy. I'm watching the live counter right now. 563 lightning strikes at the moment. Seen some reports here. I'm not sure where this is, but torrential downpour was 7.3 inches per hour rainfall rates. That is just incredibly heavy rainfall with these storms. Again, not severe right now. Good news, let me take you back to the hail core. I say not severe. There could be some small hail in here. Here we go. So anywhere where you get the gray, this could be some non-severe hail. Perhaps around the Round Rock area. If any of you guys are seeing this, please let us know. I'll pause this. Around Wells Branch, maybe some small non-severe hail out around the Lakeline Mall, around the Domain, North Austin. Hey, this is heading down towards KVUE, so we may be able to get some verification of that here ourselves. Let's see. Oh, you're talking about this from the note. Okay.
Yeah.
Instantaneous rainfall rates on the Travis-Williamson County line have increased to 5 to 7 inches per hour, upgrading to flash flood warning. Okay, let's get you over to that. I don't think they have issued it just yet. Let's back this out. So we're going to have a flash flood warning coming soon for parts of Travis County. Let me read this again. They're saying on the Travis-Williamson line, so this is going to be for northern Travis and perhaps into parts of southern Williamson County. Right now it's a flood advisory. It's picking up on that flash flood warning that's in Milam County. Right now it is a flood advisory. That is going to be upgraded shortly to a flash flood warning. Jordan, I'm going to toss this back over to you, and we're going to get set up to do another cut coming up here when we get the upgrade to a flash flood warning. So I'll toss things over to you, and you can walk them through how much rain has fallen here.
All right, so we just got a report from 2 miles southwest of Weir of a flood being reported at around 7:44. There's a report that a yard is already flooded. So, yeah, definitely starting to get some of that heavier rainfall that's going to lead to a flash flood warning. And there's going to be pictures of it being sent to the National Weather Service in just a bit. But we're getting an early glimpse of some of these rainfall totals, radar estimations, as we have that storm make its way through. And we're already around 2 inches just south of Round Rock. And let's click near the Lakeline Mall area, and same story, almost 2 inches near Lakeline Mall already. And that is quite a bit of rainfall for just a short period of time, which is why that flash flood warning, it's picking up on the Falls County, Milam County flash flood warning until 8:15. But I do expect, and we fully expect, that this flood advisory will be upgraded to a flash flood warning momentarily. Now, again, the lightning strikes that Hunter was just talking about, we're looking at around 700 lightning strikes. And we're going to go ahead and put that query tool up again to kind of show y'all what I'm talking about here. This is a stretch. We're going to stretch this all the way through Blanco County, all the way into sections of Milam County as well. And that's 951 lightning strikes. So that is a lot. Now 954, and we do have a flash flood warning. Yep, there it is now till 10:45 for Travis and Williamson counties. So that is because of that heavy rain that has fallen. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to mention what this is talking about. And ooh, and we just heard a big clap of thunder right here at the KVUE studio right here to kind of show y'all the fact that it's just some heavy rainfall that just fell. And this is at 7:52. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 to 3 inches have fallen according to the National Weather Service, and we're expecting 1 to 3 more in the warmed area. So flash flooding is ongoing or is expected to begin. So now we're getting into the city of Austin proper. And with this particular system making its way to the south, heading into downtown Austin, we got to start thinking now about those poor drainage areas, those low-lying areas. We're going to look on atxfloods.com to see if we have any road closures at this time. But right now, we don't have any that we know of at the moment. We're going to look through here and see if we have any of them. But as we get them, we will let you know who is dealing with that flooding, because that is definitely an important aspect of what we're doing here tonight. And let's see, atxfloods.com. We're going to wait for this site to load just a little bit here, but we do have that flash flood warning, but the light show has also been the story. In fact, we just heard a big clap of thunder here in the studio, and we are looking right now, and we're going to go ahead and refresh real quick. We've got already 3 crossings that are closed. There's a crossing at McNeil Drive. There's a crossing at Brushy Creek Memorial Park in Round Rock that's closed, and Old Bowman Road at Onion Branch Tributary in Round Rock. Those are all closed due to flooding. So we're mainly looking in North Austin right now, but I expect that list of closures to go. This is from atxfloods.com. We've already got 3 crossings that are closed at this time. Hunter?
Yep, so we're going to do the same thing. We're about to hop back on here to the television side and do a quick cut in for you guys. So I'm going to go to the PCR feed. It's going to be black for just a few moments, and then when the TV feed kicks in, you'll see the TV feed for us. So you guys stand by for just one moment. Welcome back. We are now coming up on 8 o'clock. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. Wanted to quickly hop on and update you on our severe weather situation. We now have a flash flood warning that has been issued for parts of Travis and Williamson counties. This includes Austin, even though the rain has not gotten here yet. Heavy rain is working down to the south end of town. Round Rock, you've already been dealing with heavy rain. You're included in this. The Taylor area, and this goes into far eastern Williamson County, and then Milam County is picked up by another flash flood warning. So kind of good and bad news here. We don't want the flood threat. That's dangerous stuff. Remember, turn around, don't drown. But the hail cores and the severe weather threat temporarily much lower. So for the time being, the issue is going to be the flood concern and not the potential for hail. Let me show you why this has been issued. I want to go through some of the rainfall radar estimates here. We've got really heavy rainfall rates here. So the rainfall rate tells us how much rain is falling per hour. We have some 5 to 7 inch per hour radar rates or rainfall rates in this area, which is why the warning was issued. Radar estimates already close to 2 inches over far northern Travis. Then as you get into Williamson County, 1.5, 1.6, 1.2. You can see there's already been 1 to 3 inches of rain. A flood advisory was earlier in effect, but now that we are adding on top of this, this is the reason why the flooding concern is ramping up for the Austin Metro right now. And just to get you back to the radar here, here's a closer look at that warning, and I'll animate it for you so you can see that this activity, it's kind of slow moving where you got this kind of west to east orientation here, but then it's slowly expanding southward. So North Austin here at the TV station, we just got into really heavy rain around Steck Avenue. Tons and tons of lightning that these storms are producing. Just to illustrate this for you, I want to punch up the total lightning strikes right now. So this is not going to be for all of the metro, just this one section of the storm. And look at this. 559 lightning strikes right now. Huge lightning producers. And I also want to give you a couple of live views before we let you go. The point being, through the rest of this evening as we continue, here's our Concordia weather camera. Let's get into our tower cam here as some of this rain is closing in. I'll get this queued up for you guys. Here's our tower cam. I mean, look at this view. You've got the clear sky down to the south. You see the light there. And then up North Austin, so this is getting up north. We've got the storms that are rolling in. We're looking at this vantage point about 2,000 feet up in the air in Westlake Hills, so we're kind of at cloud level. All this heavy rain is going to be moving into the Austin area shortly. Also want to pass along, we have a separate flash flood warning that has been issued for Gillespie County. This includes Fredericksburg. The one for the Austin Metro will go until 10:45. Jordan, we have Jordan Derensberg here with us as well. Jordan, are you seeing anything in the National Weather Service chat as far as the rainfall rates or anything that they're picking up?
Yeah, and There was a report that they are beginning to close some low water crossings in North Austin. According to atxfloods.com, we have 3 crossings that are closed. So McNeil Drive and Mopac are among them because of the heavy rainfall that we've seen. And again, we're looking at that heavy rainfall. It's now falling at around the Domain as well as the Austin Executive Airport, and it's about to reach Manor in the next few minutes or so. Again, we're picking up some of that heavy rain here at the station, and it's just south of us is Camp Mabry, and they're looking to be next in line to see that area of storms make its way through. Then you've got Camp Mabry, and then you've got downtown, which includes 6th Street, Rainey Street, Cesar Chavez, right at Lady Bird Lake and Zilker Park. If you live by there, expect to have some of that heavy rain within the next few minutes. Windermere getting a good bit of that heavy rainfall. It's starting to round off in Round Rock just a little bit, but Hutto, you're still right in the thick of it. Wells Branch, you're right in the thick of it. Dessau, you're getting a good bit of rain as well. And Valente, Lago Vista, back towards you guys. Now portions of extreme southern Burnett County. So Spicewood, you're getting a good bit of rain. Northern sections of Blanco County getting a good bit of rain, including Round Mountain. Cypress Mill getting a good bit of thunderstorm activity. And yeah, again, quite a bit of lightning. And let's see, actually, because we've been taking a look at hail, and there is a little bit of a hail core just off to the south and east of Spicewood. And we're going to go ahead and hit pause on this to kind of show you how much of a hail core we are expecting. A new scan just to the west of Lago Vista, and we're looking at 0.8 of an inch of diameter of hail. So hail can still be a concern. And then again, also just north of the KVUE studio, we could have a little bit of a hail core coming in as well. Just north of us, around 0.6 of an inch. And then again, let's take a look right by the Austin Executive Airport. We're looking at also 0.6 of an inch of hail in diameter, according to this particular model. Now, over the last hour, let's take a look at it. It's starting to grow in size a little bit, but not in hail size. I'm talking about sizes and width of the hail core, not actually the hail core size itself. Now, that would show up in different colors if the hail size got larger, but the coverage of it is a little bit larger. Hunter.
Yeah, so we'll kind of wrap things up for you here on the TV side, and then we will continue our coverage on KVUE Plus and all of our streaming platforms. Just to wrap it up for you, we have a flash flood warning. This includes the Austin area. It includes essentially the northern 2/3 of Travis County, and then into much of eastern Williamson County, including Round Rock and Taylor. Much of this area has already had 1 to 3 inches of rainfall that has already fallen. These rainfall rates, extremely high. We're looking at 5 to 7 inches or more per hour. That's what's falling. So if the storm stayed over you for an hour, that's how much rain you would get. Now, that's not necessarily going to happen, but that is why we have the flash flood warning that's issued. So the phrase to remember through the rest of this evening is going to be turn around, don't drown. This flash flood warning will continue until 10:45. So we'll get you back to your regular show. We will continue popping in here on TV periodically as needed. And again, KVUE Plus right now, we are streaming KVUE app, KVUE.com, YouTube, and all of our streaming platforms. We'll get you back to the show, and we'll see you guys on our newscast tonight at 10. All right, and now we are back up streaming on KVUE Plus and all of our streaming platforms. I apologize. I know it's kind of herky-jerky to go back and forth like that, but I promise you it's the easiest way to do it. So sorry that we left you at the black screen there for a moment. Yeah, Jordan, what are you seeing over there?
Severe thunderstorm warning coming for western Gillespie County. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds at around 8:02. Yep, just populated. It's until 9 o'clock. And that's going to include Fredericksburg. Same areas that got that severe thunderstorm warned storm and got that same heavy rain earlier. So flooding could also be a concern there. And there is that flash flood warning for you guys as well. That includes Harper, that includes Fredericksburg. And let's look at this hail core because that is starting to really grow. Oh, wow, look at this. I mean, look at this hail core. And we're looking at it now. We're going to have to pause that for a second because it all of a sudden decided to loop on me for whatever reason. But anyways, let's take a look at this hail core. And we're looking at around 1.3 inches in diameter hail. So that would be about $half sized at best, maybe even trying to get to golf ball size. So good on the National Weather Service for catching that and issuing this warning, because that's really, really important. And also 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts as well. We haven't really talked much about the wind threat. We've talked about the hail threat. We did have the tornado warning. We do have the flash flood threat now, but we haven't really talked much about the wind threat. 60-mile-an-hour winds could be expected with this storm that's going to pass just to the north of Fredericksburg, and that's going to be moving at around 20 miles an hour off to the east. So let's go ahead and put the tracker on it to see at what locations we'll be getting it within the next hour or so. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to track everything here. Hold on a second. Let me try that one more time. There we go. And then east at around 20 miles an hour. Fredericksburg at around 8:47. So Fredericksburg, this is not over yet. You've got round number 2 coming up at around 8:47 for you guys. Maybe even a little bit before that, maybe even after that. This is just a rough estimate being given by us as well as the National Weather Service. So we're not looking a whole lot about that, but other than that, we are watching with this with the flash flood warning in effect. Travis Williamson, 1045, again, got quite a bit of rain, and it's moving a little slower now, and that's not good news for flood threats, but could dump quite a bit of rain on those areas. Hunter?
Yeah, thank you, Jordan. I'll punch up here. This is our downtown Skycam, and look at all of that lightning. The storm's now rolling into a good chunk of the metro, so if you live up north Austin, here around Steck Avenue, right off Mopac, we're getting into the rain. Here at the TV station, up the road into the Domain, getting into heavy rain, up around Wells Branch, Pflugerville, these areas. And like I said earlier, so now we're streaming only, so if you guys have any reports that you would like to pass along, I am reading through them. In fact, here's a note that I'm seeing. Small sporadic hail in southwest Round Rock right now. Getting some reports still of some small hail. So these are not severe, okay, but there are still some pockets of hail that are under quarter size. Technically, for a storm to be severe, you need hail of at least quarter size. So we don't have any of that right now, but we do have some pockets of small hail, and folks may be seeing that around Round Rock and parts of northern Travis County as well. Just to keep going back to the lightning, I mean, just huge lightning producers. Just this one section of the storm here that I'm putting in, I mean, that's nearly 700 lightning strikes right now. So we've got tons and tons of instability out there. In fact, I can even show you guys the instability that has been building up. Let's see if this loads in on our system. This is a little taxing on the computers. It might not come in. I mean, look at that. So it looks kind of funny with the warnings on there. Let's turn the warnings off. So there you go. You can see those bright yellows, the bright whites, tons and tons of instability. Then as the storms come in, they tap into that instability and it goes away. And I'm hoping that we're able to work over the atmosphere enough tonight that we don't have issues again with storms tomorrow as the front itself is coming through. We're seeing temperatures that have been rain cooled in many areas. It's in the 60s up in Williamson County right now, 63 in Cameron. Looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Travis County. Okay. So here is our severe thunderstorm warning for northwest Travis County. This is right around the Austin Executive Airport. Let me get into the chat real quick. We'll see what the NWS is saying. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, hail up to 1 inch. So that would be a quarter size or so in diameter. Right around the Austin Executive Airport. If you guys live around there, make sure you are taking your hail precautions, get your cars and your property protected, and then get yourself protected and make sure you are inside. Oh yeah, look at that hail core, man. Yeah, that thing has really intensified. We've got from Dessau to Austin Executive Airport to Lake Pflugerville. This is going to be hail. There's a 1.1. Yeah, so I think the National Weather Service is pretty spot on here in their assessment. This could be quarter inch or smaller hail right now that is falling out around the Austin Executive Airport. So this is mainly to the east of Wells Branch. Around the Dessau area is where we've got this moving in. I'm going to get in super close. We'll just go kind of street level here for a moment where the hail is falling. Howard Lane, Northeast Metropolitan Park, Wells Branch Parkway, all of these areas, parts of Palmer Lane. Then as you get into the Austin Executive Airport, State Highway, the 130 toll there, Richland Church, over to Weiss Lane, Lake Pflugerville, Sealy, all of these areas. This is a pretty sizable hail core that has gone up with this severe storm. So look, we thought it would be a busy night. We've got a hail-producing storm that is also producing a flash flooding risk right now. So a flash flood warning as well as a severe thunderstorm warning right now for much of Travis County. The big hail concern right now is over northeastern Travis County, where hail could be up to quarter size right now. And we need to continue to check in with the rainfall accumulations as these rates remain really, really high. But we're already starting to see some big numbers that are 1 to 3 inches plus over northern Travis County. There's a 2.5. And again, as this stuff slides down in, just want to show you. Here's our tower cam right now. You're going to see some lightning here before too long as this heavy rain is moving in closer to central Austin. There you go. And then down below that, this is our downtown sky cam where we also have seen a bunch of lightning. I took the instantaneous lightning average, and that was close to 700 strikes just a few moments ago. Getting some word here from some of our newsroom crews as well that we're getting some power outages that are starting to trickle in as well. So we'll keep you updated on those numbers as well. Jordan, you seeing anything over there? I'm going to get you back up here on Max 2.
Yeah, so again, like what I just talking about, and I was just about to tell you that we were going to get that severe warning storm issued, but right now we're taking a look at some radar estimates now. We're at around 2.5 inches just to the south of Round Rock, right on the Travis-Wilco line, just south of there, near where, you know, if y'all know where Austin's is, if y'all know where that Revel Social Club is, it's around that area in Wells Branch. That's seeing 2.5 inches of rain already, and we're expecting more on the way. As we take a look at this radar to kind of show you guys, this is still pretty much dumping quite a bit of rain, and we're going to get some impressive totals here. Now let me scroll up because I think I saw something a little bit ago. There it shows a gauge in northern Travis County at Walnut Creek and Oak Creek Drive in just 15 minutes. Now this was about 15 minutes ago. It recorded 1.36 inches in that 15-minute time frame before that was announced. So I would imagine if that pace keeps up, we're looking mainly at about 4, maybe even 5 inches already. So definitely want to pay attention. And we're going to take a look at any more flood-related closings. We've got 3 right now, according to atxfloods.com, and we're going to continue to look at it, and we're going to let it load for just a second. I'm going to pull it up on my phone here so I can look at it and see how many closings we have. We've got 3 at the moment that we know of, including McNeil Drive and Mopac. But I wouldn't be surprised if we got more based on these accumulations, like what I just talked about, like what Hunter just talked about, and even let's take a look at some other areas that are seeing a good bit of accumulation. Let's look at Northwest Milam County. They're looking at already 3 inches that have fallen in that area. And let's look at Gillespie County, where they have that other flash flood warning and that severe thunderstorm warning. They're looking at 3.3. So that's, and more again on the way. That's an area that really needs the rain. They're in that extreme drought. They're in that second highest drought category, but still quite a bit, you know, of rain anyway, in any way, shape, form, or fashion. But then again, just to the east of the 130 toll road, that radar estimate in Hutto looking at around 3 inches there. And again, that is still seeing quite a bit of heavy rain. And so I wouldn't be surprised if next Thursday's drought monitor looks much different from this week's drought monitor. And we're gonna loop this over the last hour, and as you can see, it's moving pretty slow. So it's not gonna have a whole lot of speed or velocity with it. So we're just gonna see some of that heavy rain over those same areas, and that could cause that flood threat. We talked earlier in the day about how hail and maybe even damaging winds and an isolated tornado could be the main threat. Now it's pretty much evolved into a flood threat. However, let's look at that hail core one more time to kind of show you guys that hail core has really started to widen out just a little bit. Now it's not as pronounced as it was a little bit ago in terms of size of the actual hailstone according to this, but this is passing just to the north of the Austin Executive Airport, and we're looking at around an inch of hail in diameter. So this is along the 130 toll road. So if you're along the 130 toll road, and we're going to zoom this down, if you're just east of the Northeast Metropolitan Park, if you're just to the north of Cameron Road, if you're just to the south of East Pecan Street and Pflugerville Elementary, I would say getting close to the to Typhoon, Texas, and that shopping area. If you're near Typhoon, Texas, if you're near that shopping area along State Highway 130, actually that is a little bit to the south of there, so you're not as much hail for you guys. If you're just south of Typhoon, Texas, if you're south of the 45 highway near St. Paul's Episcopal Church, you guys are seeing quite a bit of that larger hail. Fuchs Grove Road as well as Greg Lane seeing a good bit of that hail being accumulated as well. Look at that, 9/10 of an inch in diameter as well. We're going to look and see who else is getting good hail totals across the KVUE viewing area. Oh, look at this hail core in the severe warning storm to the west of Fredericksburg. Look at this. Let's take a look at the estimate on that one. 1.7. That is sizable hail in western Gillespie County, and that again is associated with that severe warning storm, and that's where you've got that purple and that pink right there. That is where you got some of the larger diameter hail. It's just to the north of Highway 290, to the north and east of Harper, and that's in effect until 9 tonight for northern Gillespie County. But again, let's show that hail core one more time, because that is really large hail, and we're going to loop it over the last hour to see how it really is ballooned over the last 15 minutes. That is really large hail about to come on in, and let's see if we can get it down to street level for you guys. It doesn't look like we're getting really anything like Kickapoo Drive, Ree Road, Ree Weinheimer Road, Oak Hill Drive, and Kickapoo Drive just off to the north and west of Fredericksburg, and just off to the north of 290. Make sure if you're in Fredericksburg, I would get those cars in the garage right now again, because definitely got another strong hail core just off to the north and west of Fredericksburg there.
One thing I'm keeping an eye on here is the power outage map. I'm not seeing anything crazy here, but I'm looking at the Austin Energy outage map, and we've got a few outages here totaling just over 3,000 affected customers. So we'll continue to watch that power outage situation for you as we continue to track severe weather. We have the flood concern and the severe thunderstorm that is impacting parts of Travis County right now. I'll get you back over to a Max 1. This is that severe thunderstorm warning. Sorry, just keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat here as well. Juggling a couple things here. We're going to do another cut in on TV coming up here momentarily. So here's our severe thunderstorm warning. As Jordan was saying, there is that hail core there that has unfortunately kind of broadened out, which means that more areas are dealing with hail than what we had earlier. So right around the Austin Executive Airport, and now we're getting into places like New Sweden and Manda. Am I saying that right? Is that Manda, Jordan? Do you know?
I think it's Manda. Yeah, Manda.
I believe so.
Let's call it like that.
Well,
Let's go ahead and call it Manda. If we get it wrong, please let us know in the chat. Please let us know on Facebook Live if we don't have it right. We'll be sure to get every town correct here. New Sweden, yeah. And yeah, Fuchs Grove Road, just off to the north of there. East Pecan Street in Pflugerville. That's where we're seeing that larger diameter hail. And again, that hail core out in Gillespie County, that looks like obviously getting close to ping pong ball size hail. In fact, the National Weather Service office in New Braunfels is saying and estimating ping pong ball size hail as well. So kind of like what we're talking about as well. But let's talk about the rainfall accumulation for a second, because we're looking at, according to northern Travis County at Walnut Creek and Oak Creek Drive, we're now looking at 3.12 inches being recorded now. So like I just said, I wasn't surprised if we were going to get to over 3 inches, and lo and behold, that's what we have.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jordan. I'll take you back over here to Max 1. I'm keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat as well, seeing if we have any updates. Just got an update to our watch. Let's see. They are continuing that, let's see, until 10 p.m. They're probably going to, they might need to extend that a little bit longer for areas down to the southeast. That is the most recent update. I've also been watching all of our sky cams. I'll take you through this. Our Oasis cam out on Lake Travis, where there's been tons and tons of lightning, as we've got that new storm that's moving into northwestern Travis County, a big lightning producer there. And still, if you are in immediate, wow, look at that. I mean, just huge lightning strike. If you are in the immediate central areas of Austin, right around downtown or South Austin, the rain is still not to you. These are slow moving thunderstorms right now, at least as far as the southern extent. And that's one of the reasons why we are getting the flooding issues here. I want to check back in with some of the most recent rainfall accumulations here. And it looks like the bullseye right now, as far as Travis County, is going to be up here between the Domain, up around 3 points. Radar estimates here over 4 inches of rain. And I mean, that's jumped up tremendously here just recently. So that's how much has fallen. Now let's go back to what the radar is doing. And it is still pouring rain in these areas around the Domain, around Wells Branch, and then out towards Lake Pflugerville and the Austin Executive Airport. And then these areas, you start to get into that severe thunderstorm warning, which has a history of producing hail. Let's check in with our hail core. Yep, there it is. That's going to be hail that could be up to quarter size out around the Wells Branch area right now. And then, as Jordan was saying, we've got the new storm that is severe again over Gillespie County. Gillespie County has had like 4 or 5 rounds of storms now. And I don't like that they're big hail producers. That's got to look to it. Might need to watch the velocity on that too. Let's see. Here's the first and foremost, the hail core. That could be upwards of quarter size. Let me read the text of this warning actually. They're saying up to ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds possible in that warning. And that is heading towards at least close to Fredericksburg at the moment. Let's get it zoomed in a little bit closer to this one. I'll pause it. It's north of 290, but right along 290, we likely have some small hail that's falling. That's going to cross over 87, and it's going to pass close to, if not north, of the Fredericksburg area. And then remember, this is still dumping heavy rain over another flash flood warning. Should show you the accumulations here. We've got 3.4. 3.6, 3.1. That's enough where we could start to get some low water crossings and some creeks and streams that are swollen, especially given just how fast this rain is coming down. But on the flip side of that, we know how badly Gillespie County needs the rain. So that's kind of the way the drought ends. Unfortunately, a lot of times here in central Texas is through flooding. To get you back in here to the metro, we have got all sorts of heavy rain and lightning right now over northern Travis into southern Williamson County. And this is slowly making its way down to the south, at least trying to. And this is just dumping tons and tons of torrential rain and tons of lightning. So we'll draw out our lightning tracker and we'll get a big swath of the storm. I mean, that's 760 lightning strikes at the moment from this storm. Let's see, let's go into our Facebook chat here. We'll see if we have any comments that are talking about damage or reports about this. Here we go. Edley saying Northeast Austin, Palmer and Harris, copious amounts of heavy rain. Yep, Northeast Austin, it is coming down, that is for sure. And then no further updates from the National Weather Service. Let's get back into our outage map. And we're coming up here before too long. Here in about 5 minutes, we're going to hop back onto TV for a period of time, and we will walk everybody through that on the TV side. So we'll flip you back over to our broadcast. But I'm looking at the power outage map from Austin Energy. Earlier, we had a little over 3,000 customers that were without power. Current update looks like that has not jumped up. We have 3,096 customers who are without power at the moment. All right, so that is the situation. I mean, tons and tons of lightning. Hey, look at this from our tower cam. I mean, that's about as dramatic as it gets from our tower cam right now. As storms right now, at least the heaviest of the rain, that is mainly just north of downtown Austin, but it's trying to inch a little farther south. And that will be interesting to see how this plays out. And I'll take you back to the radar here. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out as far as this stuff filling in on the southern end of the warning here, the southern end of the flash flood warning. Let's see what our high-res model is doing. We have not looked at the models here in a moment. So here we go. See how it's initialized. Yeah, it's a tricky situation where the models are going to kind of struggle to resolve some of this stuff. But the idea being is we see this activity kind of drift off to the south and southeast. And then it will be interesting to watch through the overnight. This model is now showing maybe some storms lingering around. And then tomorrow, we may get another round of storms that moves through during the early to mid-afternoon hours. Now, depending on how worked over the atmosphere is, some of those could once again be on the strong side. So we'll need to keep a close eye on any of that activity. Coming over here to Twitter, seeing if we got any reports. Let's see, here's something coming in from the Pflugerville area. Just got a push from our KVUE app saying what we were just going over, more than 3,000 power outages are reported as we have the severe storms that are moving through. There's an update about that. For some further information on KVUE.com. Got this update here from Nick, who is in Pflugerville. He sent me this tweet. I'll actually pull this up so you guys can see this. Give me 1 second. We'll take this on router 2. And here is the scene. This was, he says, 30 minutes after the rain began in Pflugerville Heights. Lots of heavy rain. Lots of lightning there. Look at that in the side of his house. See all sorts of ponding and stuff going on. So, again, we do have the... I'll take this full just so you guys can see it a little bit better. We do have the flash flood warning that continues until 10:45 for much of Travis County, especially the northern 2/3 of the county, and then into Williamson County. Take you off of the video, back over to the radar. We also have the severe thunderstorm warning until 9 p.m. This is for northeastern Travis, and now this is moving into northern Bastrop County around the Elgin area. In fact, that could be, I'm seeing a little bowing segment of storms here. Y'all know the deal with that. That could be some gusty winds in there. Punch up some of the numbers in here. Yeah, it could be, 40 plus. Sometimes it's just hard to tell with the radar presentation like that. And then I also want to keep an eye on our Gillespie County storm. Here's another report coming in from the National Weather Service. This is from the Jollyville area. Let's see what that is saying.
Flooded roadways.
Flooded roadways 1 mile southwest of Jollyville. So that's going to be up in far northern Travis or southern Williamson County. Again, these areas under the flash flood warning, we've got a tremendous rainfall rates that could be 5 to 7 inches per hour. So that's really, really heavy rain, and that's why we're getting flooding, especially the ponding on roadways and stuff like that. Here's our Gillespie County storm, and ooh, this thing's still got a big hail core to it. Yep, that could be quarter size, maybe a little bit higher here. Jordan, I'm going to hand things off to you for 1 second. We're getting ready for our cutting coming up in 2 minutes.
All right. Yeah, and we're looking at atxfloods.com. I'm going to try and see if we can get an update on that. Those closures, it's really struggling to refresh a little bit. But what I can tell you right now, while we wait on them, is we're seeing quite a bit of that heavy rainfall. We're going to pull up the accumulations one more time here on Max 2, and we are looking at still some heavy rainfall over the flash flood warned area. And not just that, It's off to the east of I-35, a little estimate of around 3 inches. Again, we did have that estimate just to the south of west of Pflugerville proper of nearly 4 inches, a little bit over that as well. Let's look at Pflugerville proper to see what radar estimates you guys have. Around 3.1 inches, so a little over.
I apologize to cut you off, Jordan. I'm going to flip this over to the PCR feed, and again, it's going to be black for maybe 30 seconds, and then the TV feed will pick up, and we will talk to you guys 30 seconds from now. All right, welcome back. Time is 8:30. Another weather update with Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams. I also have meteorologist Jordan Darensberg here alongside me. A very busy picture across central Texas. We're to start with the big picture, then we'll get zoomed in and tell you what's happening exactly where you live. We have, first and foremost, a severe storm and a flash flood warning for Gillespie County. This is a big hail-producing storm. It could be producing hail quarter size, maybe even larger. For Travis, southern Williamson County, a flash flood warning, and then for northeast Travis into northern Bastrop County, a severe thunderstorm warning where it's not just the heavy rain and the flood risk, but also the potential for some hail in there. And then that heavy rain continues into northern Lee County and southern Milam County. Let's start here with what's going on across the metro, and then I'll get you a closer look if you live in Gillespie County. Here is our flash flood warning. Well, first, the severe thunderstorm warning. This is it. Over northeast Travis, this has been producing hail quarter size. This does include the Elgin area, and then the red box, that is going to be the flash flood warning where we've already had radar estimates of 2 to 4 inches plus of rain, and it is still coming down, in fact, coming down quite heavily for many of these areas. Let me get you into the hail tracker here. Hey, this is good news. It's always tricky with these hailstorms. You can see they pulse up and then they pulse down. About 10 minutes ago, watch this reset. Boom, that was up quarter size plus. Just east of the Austin Executive Airport. Now on approach to the Elgin area, right along 95 here, there is still some hail, but that's likely going to be smaller than quarter size hail. But I still want to watch this for you. If you live over northern Bastrop County, we do have the potential for hail, and if that ramps back up again, it could still be quarter size, if not a little bit larger. Now let's switch on over to the accumulations here, and I'll show you the bullseye, which right now is between the Domain and the Austin Executive Airport. And we've been keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat where we're starting to see some of these flash flood reports come in. Just a few moments ago, got a report of flooded roadways around the Jollyville area, and this is why. 4.2 inches of rain that's already fallen. This is going to be pretty close to Jollyville, 3 inches plus. All sorts of 2 to 4 inch plus radar estimates in this area, and it's especially the northern portions of the metro and then up into the Round Rock area. Before we go out to Gillespie County, I also just want to tell you these things are producing tons and tons of lightning, just very electric storms. And I'm actually able to go in here and we'll tell you exactly how many lightning strikes that we are detecting. Look at that. At times, so right now it's at 480, up close to 500 lightning strikes. Back about 20 minutes ago, this thing was producing over 700 lightning strikes. So strong storms, some pockets of hail, especially here on the northeast side of Travis and northern Bastrop County around Elgin. Lots of heavy rain. We've got ponding on the roadways. We've got flooding issues that are becoming more and more widespread across northern Travis County and southern Williamson County. So that's the situation across the metro. Let me take you out to the hill country now for our Gillespie County friends. And this is, again, kind of the twofold threat where first, we've got the severe thunderstorm warning. This one could produce hail that could be ping pong ball size at times. Here is Fredericksburg. This is the hail core, which we hope will pass just north of town, but it's going to be close. So if you live north of Fredericksburg in this zone right here, I want to give you a heads up. We do have some pretty sizable hail that is developed here. Yeah, look at that. Let's get zoomed in on that too. I'm looking at this. Looks like they are trimming that severe thunderstorm warning for the metro. We'll get back to that here in a moment. Just a note from the National Weather Service. So here's the hail core. Here's 290. There's some small hail right along 290, but the brunt of it is going to be here between 290 and 87. If you live in this area, getting into the northern portions of Fredericksburg, this is again in Gillespie County. Heads up, take your hail precautions, all right? Hopefully everybody already has their car and their property that's outside in a place where it's protected. And I'll tell you, Gillespie County, this has got to be about the third or fourth round of storms that has developed here. And the flip side of this, as we mentioned, is not just the severe storm, but the rainfall. This is the most rain we have seen in Gillespie County in a long time. Remember that this same area, and we don't want flood issues. There's low water crossings and flooding that's ongoing here in the northern portion of the county, but the same area dealing with top level exceptional drought or extreme drought. So these are areas that really need rain. As oftentimes happens here in the state of Texas, though, we get that all at once. So I'll punch up some of the numbers here. North of Harper, 4 inches. That is the radar estimate. 3.6, 3.5, 4.1 up close to Willow City. So you get the idea. In this corridor here, northern Gillespie County, 3 to 4 inches of rain has fallen, and we've got flash flood issues that are already out there. Speaking of, Jordan Darensburg has been keeping an eye on things. We've been watching the ATX closures, a few of those popping up from time to time. And Jordan, I know you've been watching the National Weather Service chat. What's the latest that you're seeing with these storms?
Yeah, we've got a report, 30 cars reportedly underwater at 183 in Duval Road. So 30 cars reportedly underwater. That's 183 just north of the station. That's between the Domain and Lakeline Mall. Here's Duval Road on Max 2 for reference. Right around here with around Davis Elementary School. That might be just a poor drainage area, and they've only estimated 2 inches of rain at this particular juncture. So yeah, definitely quite a bit of that heavy rainfall, but more of it's falling, as you may notice, right around Riata Trace Parkway and also Angus Road, Wind River Road, Thunder Creek Road, Jollyville Road, right up to the west of Research Boulevard there, still seeing a good bit of heavy rain. Also Palmer Lane, McNeil Drive near Jollyville Elementary, and Jollyville itself, seeing a good bit of that heavy rainfall. Howard Lane as well, and as we move on toward Highway 45, Hester's Crossing Road, the St. William School, Dragons Stadium. I believe that's around Round Rock area. So we get into Round Rock. We get into Round Rock proper near Round Rock Donuts along I-35 near that old water tower. You've also got 79 from 35 a little bit, seeing a good bit of that heavy rainfall. And then a little bit further north, okay, we got a new scan. We just got a new scan. And now some of the heavy rain is now north of 79 along A.W. Grimes Boulevard northbound, north A.W. Grimes Boulevard, just to the south of Stony Point High School. We've got Ridgeview Middle School, Cedar Ridge High School, getting a good bit of rain. The Round Rock Korean Presbyterian Church, quite a bit of that heavy rainfall as well. St. Paul's Episcopal Church, St. David's right there on 45 and 130 near... definitely near Typhoon, Texas. They're seeing quite a bit of that heavy rainfall as well in the Pflugerville area. But yeah, definitely a very interesting situation going on in Duval and 183. Reports of 30 cars stranded in high water at that particular juncture. So yes, definitely, this is why we tell you, don't tone around, don't drown. And that's going to be our focus pretty much for the rest of the night. It wasn't as much of something that we expected, but yes, definitely paying attention to these road closures throughout the night.
Yeah, we'll come back over here. So speaking of the situation there around Duval, I've got the storm reports pulled up for you. So here's the storm report coming in around the Duval area. I'll pull my computer out of the way so you guys can see this. Reports of around 30 vehicles stranded in high water, Duval Road at US 183. So for the news folks in the newsroom who may be listening to this, that's probably a situation worth getting out to so that we can check that out in person. And that is why when we have flooding issues like this, we say turn around, don't drown. So if you see a flooded roadway, and I know, look, I've been in this situation myself before, it looks like it's not that much water. Don't trust it. It's dangerous. We've got lots of heavy rain out there tonight. We've got situations like this, 30 cars underwater, stuff like that. Roadways that might not look like they're too flooded, don't risk it. It's not worth risking it tonight. Here's another report of some flooded roadways. So here, again, this is the domain, so we're getting up here close to the Jollyville area. These areas we are especially starting to see some issues where the flood reports are coming in. And like Jordan was saying, that's not an area that's seen necessarily 5 inches of rainfall here. It doesn't always take that much. If you get the rain in a quick enough period of time, and we've got really, really high rainfall rates right now where it could be 5 to 7 inches of rain per hour. That's the instantaneous rate. So when all that rain comes down in a quick amount of time, that's when you start to get issues like this. And you can see some of the radar estimates up in this area that are, easily 1 to 3 inches plus. And those aren't even the areas that have seen the worst of our rainfall. That's going to be out closer to the Wells Branch area. So an ongoing situation where we have flash flooding issues. Now, the good news for those areas that are around Duval is the rain there. It's still raining, but it's actually much lighter now. So hopefully, that could be a poor drainage area. It could be one of those problematic spots. Hopefully that situation is able to improve, as a lot of the heaviest rain right now is northeast Travis into northern Bastrop County, pouring rain right now in Elgin as well. In fact, we're going to need to keep an eye on both of these storms over Bastrop County. So this is some strong stuff here. Elgin getting back down towards Bastrop. We're going to watch this closely. Could have some hail and gusty winds in here. And then around the Red Rock area, this is another storm that we're going to need to keep a very, very close eye on. And we're also continuing to give you the visual views out there. So here is our tower cam. Hey, immediately in downtown Austin right now, that's not too bad. But then you go up to the Kalahari Resort. This area has seen quite a bit of rain, and still we have torrential rain out there. And again, look at all the lightning out there. I told you guys earlier there were up to 700 strikes that we were detecting over about a 30-minute span. Now it's closer to 500, but very electric storms. We've seen some power outage reports. About 3,000 Austin Energy customers are without power right now. We'll continue to get you the updated numbers on that, but this is the situation out there where we've got heavy rain, just messy weather, and looks like we've got a new, that was the storm I was just telling you about in Bastrop County that we would watch, and right on cue, that storm has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get you the updated numbers on that. So here we go, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This includes parts of Bastrop County, this includes Elgin, this includes Lee County, Giddings, this includes you, and this goes into far northern Fayette County until 9:45. This is likely going to be for the hail potential. I want to get in and read the text for you guys, and we'll see what kind of hail they're producing. They're saying a severe thunderstorm located near Camp Swift or 8 miles south of Elgin, moving east at about 35. I'll do a storm track for you here in a moment. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail possible in this storm. Hey, there's the hail core south of Elgin. Let's get in on that. This is the new hail core that has been a big part in prompting this warning. So here's Elgin, south side of town, right into Bastrop County. Right here, this is FM 1704. This hail core is going to cross over. This up here, closer to Elgin, this is some smaller hail. That could be maybe pea size, some pocket change size hail. This, though, is where the potential is there for quarter size hail, and that hopefully we're going to get to pass to the south of Elgin. But if you live out in this area, make sure you're taking your hail precautions now. I've been saying that hopefully, look, if you are not in a warning right now and you have a place you can put your car where it's protected or you can protect your property, I would go ahead and do that just to plan ahead, because these storms have been big hail producers tonight. Let's do a storm track for you. So it was moving east at 25. That was the motion. Let's trace it out about like that, and then we will move this forward for you. And here are some of the areas that are ahead of this and some of the approximate times. McDade, 8:47. That's it's moving in imminently here in the next 5 minutes. KC Estates, 8:53. The Page area, 9:08. Manheim, 9:19. Giddings, 9:34. As eventually, again, this is going to get into parts of Lee County. Jordan, are you able to get the ATX flood site to load up over there?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, let's head on over to Jordan. He'll update us on that.
Yeah, we actually have 6 closings now, according to what we have, including Old Bowman Road at Onion Branch Tributary in Round Rock. We previously talked about that. Summit Street at Brushy Creek Memorial Park in Round Rock as well. We also have a new one at Lake Creek Tributary at Nash Street. This is also located in Round Rock. And now back toward Austin. This is on near Wells Branch. We've got, of course, the previous one at Mopac and McNeil Drive. That is obviously closed. And we also have O'Neill Lane, a low water crossing number 34, that is closed. And also Waters Park Road has a low water crossing that is closed as well. So 6 closings that we have right now, up from 3 earlier this evening. And I wouldn't be surprised if we got reports of more, because as we just talked about, we've had quite a bit of heavy rainfall. And let's pull up Max 2 real quick and let's see what accumulations we've got right now. And we're going to take a look right now because they're still pretty impressive totals. I mean, look at this. This is just off to the east of 35, splitting 35 and the 130 toll road. Let's see what we've got right there. Still around 4.2, but I expect that to grow a little bit as we head throughout the course of the night. So this is on Heatherwald Boulevard, Wells Branch Parkway, 4.4. Right around Wells Branch, we're looking at 3.2. Let's take a look by John B. Connolly High School, 4 inches being recorded. Let's take a look at Dessaw. Dessaw is at around 3.7, so just shy of 4 inches. So let's take a look. Let's click one again. Let's click it around where Typhoon, Texas is. And let's see, Typhoon, Texas, you guys are reporting around 3 inches of rainfall there as well. And let's go back towards Duval Road again, because let's reiterate here, it doesn't take a lot to cause flooding, because again, Duval Road is where we have that report, and they've recorded 2 inches of rain as of right now. So according to our radar estimate. So again, like Hunter's talking about, it shouldn't have taken a whole lot of rain as well. But as we take a look here, back toward Gillespie County, again, another severe thunderstorm warning for Gillespie, but that's mainly to the south of Fredericksburg. That is until 9:30, and that does include Kerrville as well. So that's definitely the latest on that. And Bastrop, Fayette, Lee County, that storm that Hunter was talking about, it looks like it's on its way about 20 miles an hour along US 290, and it does include Giddings, by the way. So if you're in Giddings, you want to make sure you have your car in that carport or in that garage. The hail core, we're going to loop it back a little bit, and the hail core started to strengthen just slightly, and it's been pulsating all night, these hail cores. Like they would grow, they would have larger hail embedded with them, and then they would contract and then grow again. So you've got plenty of opportunity with these very slow moving storms to have the hail regenerate itself over and over again. So we can't really let our guard down, folks, with that hail threat, but we are definitely tracking that flood threat as well, especially when you've got these reports. Now, here's some good news here. Some of the earlier reports of flooding, the atmosphere has been worked to a point where that rainfall amount, that heavy rainfall has started to lighten up a little bit. In fact, we're not recording anything right now at the KVUE studio as well as the domain according to our radars. So good news on that front. Same story for you guys out in Leander, Cedar Park. You guys still have that flood advisory. Also places like Liberty Hill where you had that report of hail earlier tonight. You guys have been pretty worked atmospherically. And we're going to go ahead and time everything out with this. This is the graph model. And by the time we get to midnight, everything should simmer down. This doesn't have any storms coming up for Friday morning, but we did look at another model that did show maybe 1 to 2 isolated storms. And I'm going to show you that in just a little bit. But Hunter, I know you've got something else to talk about.
Yeah, wanted to run through some of the radar estimates as well as some of the reports I'm seeing. This is some new information coming in from the National Weather Service. They have a report that was 2 miles south-southeast of Jollyville. Heavy rain, 4.12 inches of rain recorded in just over an hour. That was at Fire Station 25 near Jollyville. over 4 inches of rain in a little over an hour. So that is why we've had these type of flooding issues. It's not just the pure totals, it matters how quickly the rain falls. So we have had those type of rainfall rates, anywhere from 4 to 7 inches of rain per hour. When it falls down that quickly, it's hard for our drainage system and all that stuff to work through all of the rain. So look at these totals. Austin Executive Airport is here. The domain is here. We've got a pretty big swath here, especially in this zone. This is I-35, east of I-35, where we've got 4 inches plus of rainfall that has fallen. In fact, I've been looking at some of the LCRA hydromet numbers. Wanted to read some of those off for you. We've got Walnut Creek at Oak Creek Drive, 4.4 inches of rainfall there. 4.12 inches of rain not too far there near the Pond Dam. Fire Station 25, that's the report I just showed you, 4.12 inches of rain, 3.64 inches of rain there at Floral Park Drive. All of these areas pretty close to Wells Branch, out around the Mopac area, Research Boulevard, Jollyville, close to McNeil. These are the areas where we've seen some of those flooding reports come in. We had that initial report near Duval Road of what could have been up to 30 cars submerged in water. We talked about look, you guys know your neighborhood. You've got those areas that every time it rains heavily, they just struggle with it. You know, poor drainage areas. If you know of areas like that in your neighborhood, avoid them. And my recommendation is just stay in tonight. It is just a messy, stormy night. Don't want anybody driving out in this type of stuff. But as Jordan was saying, some of the good news here is that this slow-moving storm, it rained, and it's kind of worked over the atmosphere, it looks like, for parts of northern Travis County and parts of Williamson County where it's still raining, but it's a lot lighter than what we had 30 minutes or especially an hour ago. So now some of those areas that really saw a bunch of the rain towards the Austin Executive Airport trending a little bit drier as the rain is pushing away to the east. So hopefully we get this to continue moving to the east, and some of these areas will get a little bit of an opportunity to dry out, as the heaviest stuff is now not in Travis or Williamson County. Nope, it is this that we are watching in Bastrop County. This is a storm that has the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as hail that could be quarter size, if not larger. And this is another storm. We had one tornado warned storm earlier up in Milam County. Need to watch this one too. This has got that look to it where it might be trying to spin a little bit. So first let's go hail here. Oh yeah. So between Elgin and Bastrop, here is our hail core. Camp Swift, I think this is going to pass north of you. McDade, you might not be so lucky. Right here along 290 McDade. In about 5 minutes, I think you've got this hail core. It's crossing 95 now. It's heading right towards the McDade area. This is going to bring the potential for hail that could be upwards of quarter size. So hail precautions right now. Hopefully you've already got your car, your property taken care of. But bare minimum, make sure you're inside, get away from the windows and stuff, as we've got this breezy hailstorm that is moving in. The other aspect of this is the wind potential. Let's get into our velocities. Hey, we've got a little area we need to watch there too. Well, not quite synced up with the area of the storm that we're too concerned about. We'll watch for a little bit of rotation there here around the McDade area. Let me punch up some of these numbers. This could be some wind speeds up 40 to 50 miles per hour. Technically, to be severe, you need 58 miles per hour or greater. The point being, there could be some breezy weather in here, but I think the main concern right now is going to be that hail core, which is heading into McDade right now. And then you've got heavy rain that is heading down towards the Camp Swift area. Okay, so we are coming up here on 9 o'clock. We're going to stick with you here for another couple of minutes. And I do want to update you on the situation for Gillespie County as well. We're going to stick with you here for another couple of minutes, and then coming up here around 9 o'clock, we will probably drop off for the time being, because here in the short term, at least, I like the trends that I'm seeing as far as getting some of the rain out of this flash flood warning area, at least the warning over Travis County. Not the case over Gillespie County, which we'll get to, but we're starting to see the heaviest stuff actually pass now east into parts of Bastrop County. This we'll need to watch. That could prompt maybe some new severe warnings into parts of Fayette County. But for now, it's Bastrop County, it's Lee County, it's northern Fayette County. Okay, let's go into the metro, then I'll get you across the hill country. Here across the immediate metro, I'm talking like downtown and then down to the south, there was a really long stretch here where all the heavy rain was up north and it was not even raining in downtown. Now we're starting to see some showers that have developed and have been able to build down farther to the south. And this will be interesting to watch. We'll see if maybe this stuff farther south is able to intensify a little bit. The atmosphere here, southern Travis, not as worked over. Up here, where it's already rained 2 to 4 inches, that part of the atmosphere a little bit more worked over from storms earlier. So we've got some rain falling here. There still is the threat for flooding. We have our flash flood warning, which continues here for at least another hour, I believe. Let me actually pull up the numbers here. Yeah, it's going to go until 10:45, that flash flood warning. Speaking of, let's go to our other flash flood warning, which right now is an issue for Gillespie County. Gillespie County has had several rounds of storms that have moved in here. I'm trying to keep an eye on the National Weather Service chat too. Has had several rounds of storms that have moved in. Hail core potential here. This is good news. Hail cores look like they are weakening. Yeah, look at that. That one that was approaching Fredericksburg weakened. We'll let it reset. Watch that. That is all but fizzled out. Good news. But then as you get back into parts of western Gillespie County, there's a new hail core. That's some smaller hail that's going to be under quarter size right now, but you see the way all this is coming. If it flares up at the right time, it could make it into Fredericksburg. So continue to take your hail precautions as you are under this severe thunderstorm warning. As far as the rainfall here, this is where we get into a situation, just real quickly to explain for folks who haven't been paying attention to the drought situation. This is the drought monitor, okay? This is top level exceptional drought, the highest that the scale goes. This is extreme drought. So these areas, this is the most area, this is the most rain that this part of Gillespie County has seen in a long time. And you know what? We are appreciative for the rain. We just, here in Texas, a lot of times we wish it wouldn't all come in the span of a couple of hours, and we get these big flooding issues because these radar estimated reports, they continue to trend higher. So flood precautions as well over northern Gillespie County. We very likely have low water crossings out here and creeks and streams that have been dry for a long time that are starting to flow with all this water coming into them. So please be very careful. Out here, you guys know the terrain. The people who live out here, you know your neighborhood. You know the areas that are problematic. Be very, very careful. And again, my advice, we're getting late here on a Thursday evening. If you can just keep it inside and you don't have to drive through this. But if you are driving, turn around. Do not drown. We have this big swath of rain from Harper to north of Fredericksburg where we've got 3 to 5 inches plus of rainfall that has fallen. Jordan, I'll send things back over to you. You can update the folks on what's going on a little bit closer to the metro, and then we'll probably wrap things up here around 9 o'clock, and we'll continue on KVUE+. But Jordan, give them the latest update.
All right, we're getting a tweet from the Austin Travis County EMS that it's at West Longspur Boulevard near North Lamar Boulevard. There's reports of people trapped between a fence and a creek yelling for help. So definitely floodwaters rising on that creek. And we've got a live shot coming in now. Let's see where that is. It's near Duval Road. Is that right? Duval and Research Boulevard. A live shot there. Ooh, in. We just saw a couple of the tech spot cameras there. And there it is. Live shot from Duval Road and Research Boulevard. There you see a couple of the fire trucks there. You've got a fire truck there, and you've got that road appears to be blocked off as a result of that floodwater. Now, this is where they had those 30 cars reportedly stranded as a result of that. So definitely want to be paying attention. This is from one of our photogs who's gone out there, Aaron Johnson. He's been out there for the past few minutes now, making sure as we get a good look here, there's an officer on the scene. We've got fire trucks on the scene. I don't see any EMS. Can't really see much of the flood water from this angle here. Let's see if we can get another look. But it doesn't look like we get a good look there of that flood water. But what we can see based off of this is that, we've got that road blocked off, and that's very important because if you've got the road blocked off, you need to make sure you turn around. And let's go on back to Max 2 again, and we're going to show you again, we've got that severe warning storm, and I'm going to scroll it out just a little bit to show you where that is. This is for Bastrop as well as Lee counties. This includes Giddings until 9:45. And again, we do have that report again. That is on Longspur Boulevard in North Lamar. People are trapped between the fence and the creek, as well as more vehicles in the water on Mopac Expressway northbound. this is definitely a night where you do want to stay inside for sure. Hunter?
Yeah, we'll head back over here to Max 1. And what I'm tracking for you now is intensifying rain right over Austin. So this is an area that has been in the flash flood warning now for over an hour, but has not seen a ton of rain. But now that's starting to change as some of this activity expands a little bit farther down to the south. So let me get you updated with that, and then we'll have a vantage point of this from our downtown Skycam. So here is new heavy rain that is developing right over Austin. We'll watch this because just like what happened over North Austin, where we showed you that live report, we had a report of 30 vehicles that were stuck in water. We've got some new flooding reports that are coming in. This area, if we start to see training of heavy rain again, these could be comparable rainfall rates. We'll need to watch the flooding potential here closer to the immediate downtown center, as well as some new rain is developing. Let me, here, I'm going to pull up, looking at our cameras here. This is our tower cam, which is, so this is in Westlake. This is going to be a little bit outside of where the rain is developing. That is our Kalahari cam. Let me punch up the downtown camera real quick, and we'll just to have that vantage point as some of this rain is moving in. So here is downtown, looking a little bit fuzzy as some of that rain develops, understandably. So that's what we're watching for you. This is less active across the metro compared to what we had certainly over the past hour or two, but still we need to watch some of that new developing rain. This is now stealing the show for areas east of Austin. This is a big storm, strong storm over Bastrop County. This is heading now into parts of Lee County. And these have developed out in an environment where they're kind of out by themselves a little bit. The orientation is not as much west to east. We've got a little bit more room to work with out here. The reason I point that out, we'll need to watch the potential here for maybe a little bit of rotation going on. They've got that look to it. I don't have a tornado warning for you right now, but just want to tell you we will keep an eye on this area for you as a few of these storms are intensifying. And although that's not the main concern this evening, I can't completely rule out a brief spin up for you. These will have the potential for winds in this warning heading into Giddings, the potential for wind that could be up to 60 miles per hour. And this new stuff that is developing down south of Bastrop, closer to Red Rock, this, we said the same thing last time, this is probably on its way to becoming severe as well. This is between Red Rock and Smithville. More heavy rain, more lightning. This is all kind of joining together and fusing into a bigger line of storms, and this is going to move to the east into Lee County. Let's get into the hail core, the hail tracker, and we'll see what kind of hail is popping up here. Hey, look at that. So again, small hail core here under Bastrop on the south side of Bastrop. That is not severe right now, but this has our attention over northern Bastrop County. Looks like McDade is getting into the hail. It may end up, McDade, that the heaviest hail is just on the south side of town. Let's get in zoomed in a little bit more, and I'll call out some landmarks for you here if you live in McDade. So we have FM 2336 and we have 290. And this is exactly where we've got a pretty sizable hail core that is coming in. So right here we've got a Big Pine Road. If this is where you live, this is again FM 2336. This blue area right here, this is where we've got the potential for hail that could be quarter size. This is coming into McDade, especially on the south side of town. So if this is where you live, stay indoors, let this hailstorm move through. And again, hopefully everybody has taken their hail precautions and gotten everything protected. Okay, a few more notes here from the National Weather Service. Here is a report 3 miles south-southwest of Jollyville. We have a report of heavy rain that in a short period of time was 3.78 inches of rainfall. So that Jollyville area especially seems to be kind of a bullseye where we're getting a lot of these flooding reports that are coming in from. As far as severe weather, and I mean severe weather, not flooding issue, but severe storms, we have two of them. We have what's going on here in southern Gillespie County now, hail potential, gusty wind potential there. And then we have what is going on now from Bastrop County into Lee County. And because we haven't done this in a while, let's get back into our models and try and time this out through the rest of this evening for you. This is going to be brand new data that we have not seen. Looks like it's initialized pretty well. What I mean by that is if the model is not guessing the current weather very well, then guess what? It's probably not going to guess the future weather very well. I think this is initialized pretty fairly. And that is showing between now and 10 o'clock over the next hour, it's going to be Yeah, I think this is on track. It's going to be northern Bastrop County into Lee County where we have that severe storm. Those areas kind of the focal point of the rain, and then we'll see some more activity building in southern Travis County down into parts of the southern I-35 corridor. Here's 11:30. We keep going into 1 a.m. and it may actually end up that parts of southern Caldwell County, southern Fayette County miss out on some of the heaviest rain this time. I mean, how many of these have we covered where Gillespie County gets no rain and Fayette County gets 5 inches of rain? Now we may have the opposite in some areas going on tonight. 1 a.m. and then the rest of the overnight. Now models are showing maybe some passing showers. Let me rewind that for you. This is a situation where we've just got to be honest with you. It's a very fluid forecast, and what some of the models are now showing is that as the cold front itself comes in tomorrow mid-morning, this is 10 a.m., we may get a few more showers and thunderstorms that develop through the first half of the day tomorrow. And those will slide down to the south, and by noon, hopefully we're done with it. And that's a question mark. The reason being, we've had a lot of rain tonight, and when you get a lot of rain like that, it turns over the atmosphere. It creates a much more stable environment. So the question will be, is there time tonight for the atmosphere to recover from more rain and more storms to develop tomorrow? It is not a guarantee that that happens, but it is at least a possibility. So we will be watching that very closely for you. Okay, getting you back into the flash flood warning here. For the Austin Metro, rain continues to build down a little bit farther to the south, and then we have the severe thunderstorm warning, which is over northern Bastrop County into northern Lee County. So we are past 9 o'clock right now. What we'll do, we will sign off of here temporarily, and again, we're going to be here with you, KVUE Plus. We will continue live streaming. So if you want more weather information from us, KVUE Plus, YouTube page, KVUE app, we will continue streaming all evening long. As long as we've got storms, we're going to be on KVUE Plus streaming it. But for now, severe storm east of Austin, Bastrop into Lee County and Fayette County. Still ongoing flooding conditions for the metro. Don't drive if you don't have to. And if you're out and about, turn around, don't drown. We've got reports of flooding ongoing. Don't be a person that gets stuck up and involved in that. And then across Gillespie County, we have a severe storm, a hail producer. This is out south of the Harper area. And then northern Gillespie County, we have a corridor here where there's been 3 to 5 inches plus of rain. And like what's happening in northern Travis, there's flooding issues going on here. So we will let you go. Again, we're still with you on KVUE Plus, but we'll get you back to your normal show. And then coming up here in about an hour at 10 o'clock, we'll do our full newscast for KVUE News at 10.
We'll see if I could save that video from hail from earlier.
We're back on here. So everybody watching us on KVUE Plus and streaming, we are back with you. We just left the TV side. Folks are asking, where do I send in photos? So you can email them, weather@kvue.com, or if you want to tweet them directly to me at @hunt_WX, or send them into my Facebook page or to the KVUE Facebook page. You can do that, but weather@kvue.com is a good place to start. Kim is saying power out by the Del Diamond. Interesting. So earlier we had just over 3,000 power outage reports. I checked a few moments ago and it was down to 1,500, but you may be one of those 1,500 out around the Del Diamond. Jordan, I've got you punched up here on Max 2, and I'll let you take over here for a moment.
All right, yes. And I'm just about to tweet out that video we received from Sherry Smith from earlier this evening in Georgetown near Sun City of blueberry-sized hail. At least that's what she described it as. And we're going to look here again. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is for an area just to the north of Bastrop. It's a long 290. It includes Lee County. I imagine within the next, I would say 15 to 20 minutes, depending on the speed. It's moving east to 30 miles an hour. So we're going to go ahead and track it, and we're going to put a tracker on it real quick. And it's just passed to the east of Page there, and it's passing also in the Dime Box area as well. Now let's go ahead and tick it down all the way to where the warning would expire there. And places like Giddings, you're looking at around 917. Ledbetter at around 930. Carmine at around 938. That's when you're getting into northern Fayette County. And also Waldeck at 941, Round Top at 9:48. So this still gonna have quite a bit of hail associated with it. Let's look at that hail core. Yep, still a good sized hail core associated with this storm, and it just grew in size, in diameter again. Let's look at the latest estimate, around an inch to the south and west of Page. So if you're in the Page area, you want to make sure that you have those cars in the garage. And we're also looking at that flash flood warning. We've got multiple reports again, and there's also a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for southern and southwestern Gillespie County. This does include Kerr County, but let's look at the hail core here. It's not as pronounced as earlier tonight, but definitely you're going to want to make sure you're inside tonight, and you're seeing those storms again starting to extend south of Austin. I wouldn't be surprised if the airport is now involved in a flash flood warning. It is until 10:45, this flash flood warning, but we also got a flash flood advisory still for Williamson and Burnett counties, and this is until 10. So I'd imagine this expires in a little while, and that would include Leander, Cedar Park. Looks like you're all clear from the flood threat for that moment, but it looks like Jason Runyon from the National Weather Service office, and we've got another severe thunderstorm warning until 10:15. This is for Bastrop and Fayette County. This includes possibly some weak rotation being monitored as well. This is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds being recorded near the Rosanke area, and that is for southern Bastrop County this time. It's moving east at around 20 miles an hour. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put the tracker on it to kind of show you what we're talking about here. It's at around 20 miles an hour, moving due east, nearly, and then we'll go ahead and track it. Let's see what we've got. Rosanke right about now, and then the Kirtley area by the time you get to 9:21, that's when we cross into Fayette County. This is along Highway 71 as you head into Fayette County. Plum at around, let's see the timing of it again. See if we can get the timing of it again. We're going to go ahead and pull it back up because when I turned it, it made a little bit of a change as well. And we just got an update from the Austin Travis County EMS. It is saying that we've got one transported to the taken to the hospital as a result of that. So again, the flood threat here in Austin definitely very, very serious, especially when you've got that water rescue taking place. And the Kirtley area at around 9:11, Plum at around 9:37, and right before 10 o'clock, we should be looking at the storm making its way into LaGrange. Now we're going to look at the velocity vector on this because we're starting to see a little bit of rotation as well. Let's take a look at from a different radar site. This is from the New Braunfels radar site, and it's starting to see a little bit of that rotation there. We're going to go ahead and draw this out for you. It's really tight couplet there, and we're going to watch to see if we can get a tornado warning for it, but we don't have it right now. But what we are seeing is some weak rotation being monitored just to the south and west of Smithville, and this is from the New Braunfels radar. And then we are also going to take a look from the Fort Hood radar as well, and still a little on the weaker side, but we're going to need to monitor this closely because that could result in a tornado warning in the next little bit, depending on whether or not this strengthens anymore. So we're going to watch this area of rotation closely in southern Bastrop County. But again, a new severe thunderstorm warning just came out for southern sections of Bastrop County and northern Fayette County. And by the way, this does include LaGrange. So you're going to want to pay attention to this. And then, yeah, this is where you get a little bit of that hook just to the north of Rosanke near Kovar. That's where we're going to watch for that rotation. That could mean maybe a tornado warning, but it is weak. But we've got a new update from the National Weather Service. It's saying ping pong ball sized hail now estimated north of Rosanke in Bastrop County. And yep, look at that hail core. That is definitely looking like ping pong ball sized hail. We're gonna go ahead and pause that loop right there. We're gonna go ahead and clear that last little bit. And we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna show you guys that because we're looking at a hail size of 1.6 inches. So yeah, around ping pong ball sized. And also a tornado could be possible with this storm. Yes, for sure. And Hunter, you were mentioning on that storm, tornado possible?
Yeah, they said, so my mic's off real quick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have the tornado possible tag.
Yeah, they do have the tornado possible tag on it. And again, just to the north and west of Kovar, you've got a hail size of around 1.7 inches in diameter of hail. That's probably the biggest hail core we have right now. Let's see what else we have. We're looking at the Gillespie County storm, and the hail core is starting to weaken there. So good news on that front, as well as northern Bastrop County, that hail core is starting to weaken. But now we're looking at two things at once right now. We're not only watching that flood threat in the immediate Austin metropolitan area, but we're also looking to the south and west of Smithville. And the National Weather Service just canceled that severe thunderstorm warning for Gillespie and Kerr County. So definitely good news for those people out in the hill country, but definitely we can now shift our attention to Austin, where we have the multiple reports of water rescues, as reports of cars being stranded in floodwaters. Ooh, got a lighter purple right there just to the south and west of Smithville. And let's take a look and see if we can get an estimate on that. Still 1.7 right now. We do have that tornado possible tag, of course, because let's see the latest rotation here. And it's not really looking like much. Let's see if we can take a look from that New Braunfels radar. Oh, yes. That is starting to become well-defined just to the north and east of Rosanki. And that could result in a tornado warning. We are going to watch this closely, and we're going to watch the chat as well to see if we can get that tornado warning issued. And this is definitely something we're going to pay attention to, especially as we head into Fayette County, because LaGrange, you guys are in this severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to be paying attention to this very closely. And this is now moving at around, let's see where this is moving. This is moving east at 20. So we're going to go ahead and we are going to go back to 20 miles an hour on this particular cone. And we're going to put the area of rotation on. And we're going to kind of show you guys what it's talking about. It's not going to reach LaGrange within the hour at the current speed. But by the time we get to 9:51, it should reach the Lena area, the Fayette Regional Air Center by the time we get to 10:05. 10:11, we are looking at the Trinity School as well. And we're definitely paying attention to that. And a little bit thereafter, we're looking at Lena, and we are about to get a tornado warning. Yep, they saw the rotation. We're about to get a tornado warning in effect for Bastrop and Fayette counties. Yes, there you see it right there. So I would imagine we're about to have a tornado warning issued for Bastrop and Fayette counties. This is going to be along Highway 71, just west of Highway 95, just to the north and east of Rosanki. There is a tornado warning coming for Bastrop and Fayette counties. It's about to be mostly a Fayette County storm. So radar has indicated a tornado warning is in effect for Bastrop and Fayette counties. So we're going to be on air, and we're going to go wall to wall in just a few minutes. As Hunter Williams, our chief meteorologist, just came back in. We do have a tornado warning. So we're going to be on air within the next couple of minutes here.
The PCR feed will be on TV here in 1 moment. Stand by. All right, time is now 9:18. We are hopping on again. This has been a busy night. We now have a tornado warning that has been issued for parts of Bastrop County and Fayette County. Here's Smithville, and you can see it. This has got kind of that classic shape to it. It's got the hook where down in here, this is where the circulation is going to be located. But this is a tornado warning for parts of eastern Bastrop County and then parts of Fayette County. If you live in this area, this includes Smithville, this includes Kovar. Make sure you are taking your tornado precautions right now. So what we'll do, we will get in on our velocity and we will see what things are looking like down here in this area. Yep, and this is going to be the area to watch right here. Let me get this circled for you. This is where we're seeing some of the circulation right there. So Togo heads up over Bastrop County, possible tornadic circulation heading towards you. Here is Kovar. Again, if you are in Kovar, please take your tornado precautions. It is possible, though, that this tornadic circulation could pass just to the north. And then Smithville, we also want you in your tornado precautions at the moment. Okay. I really don't like the signature that we're seeing here from the radar presentation. This right here, we call this a bounded weak echo region, where you've got all the reds and the yellows that circle around a little area of green. What that tells me is this thing is spinning, okay? So if you live in Togo right now, please take your tornado precautions immediately. I need you in an interior room. Put as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. Nobody needs to be out driving in this. This is a dangerous situation where we have a possible tornadic circulation that is developing rapidly. We got a new scan, so I'm going to hop back in on our base velocity and see if we can get a vantage point of this. And it's a little scattered here, and I'm just trying to pick out where exactly we've got the circulation developing. This is the area that has me concerned right here, heading into the Togo area at the moment. I want to put a storm track on this, so let me get the latest from the National Weather Service, and we will see how fast the storm is moving. So this is a tornado warning, southeastern Bastrop County, central Fayette County, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So here's what we'll do. Let's do a storm track about like this. We're going to move that to about 25 miles per hour. So these are some of the areas and some of the approximate times where we want you to be sheltered immediately. Kirtley, 9:43, West Point Church, 9:51, Lena, 9:53, Plum, 10 o'clock. And then eventually getting into parts of central Fayette County, okay? So if you live in some of these areas, LaGrange, this tornadic circulation could be approaching closer to the 10:15 time frame. We've got Jordan here as well. Jordan, let me know if you see anything in the National Weather Service chat, and we'll continue to get in here with the latest scan. And I want to make sure here, this is a point where we're kind of between radars a little bit. Yeah, we're watching this area for the rotation. See if there's any shear popping up here a little bit. Not quite as defined as what we had in Milam County earlier. But this is going to be the area to watch. Smithville, you've got quite a bit of hail moving in. That's the other aspect to this. My goodness, look at that hail core. That is a very large area of sizable hail that is heading into Togo right now. It's going to pass close to Smithville, and this is going to head towards the Kirtley area shortly. Let me just punch up some of the numbers here. This is going to be hail that is going to be upwards of quarter size, 1.8 inch diameter hail. So this could be up closer to ping pong ball size hail. This is very significant hail that is moving into the Togo area right now. Want to punch up the severe thunderstorm warning too, just to get the latest hail size that they're tracking. They're saying ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is in addition to the tornado threat that we're watching over Bastrop County right now. For anybody just now tuning in, this is the tornado warning heading into Togo. That is where I'm watching the circulation right now. It is currently in Bastrop County. Eventually down the line, this will move into Fayette County. If you live in this area, make sure you are taking your tornado precautions right now. Togo, right here, into Stellar, into Lena, into any of these areas, we need to make sure you are taking those tornado precautions right now. I'm going to step over here to the National Weather Service chat real quickly and see if they have any confirmation or any reports that they're watching We have a report here from the National Weather Service, very large hail threat near Smithville. Absolutely. Again, we have the twofold thing that we're watching. We have the tornadic circulation, and normally that would be the main thing that we're watching, and it is my main concern, but also a tremendous amount of hail with this storm, and it is heading into Smithville as we speak. I mean, look at that. It may pass just to the south of Smithville. It's going to be close, but this is a big, big area that has hail that could be as large as ping pong ball size. So right here, this is 95 that runs up to Smithville. Anywhere where we're in the blues and the purples, this is going to be the potential, especially here north of Togo. This is where we have the potential for hail that could be up to ping pong ball size, if not a little bit larger. And again, that is in addition to the tornadic circulation that we need to keep an eye on. Yep, I don't like that. Still have a circulation that here soon is going to head towards, it's going to cross over 95. The main circulation that I'm seeing right now is going to be right in this area, in this zone that we're watching, and this is going to cross over 95. Again, we're in kind of a tricky radar spot here. We don't have a great vantage point of it, but that's going to be the area that we're watching where we have a tornado warning, in addition to a very sizable hail threat around the Smithville area, especially just on the south side of Smithville. Real quickly to show you what's going on across the rest of our area, this is the only tornado warning that we have right now for any part of our KVUE area, but we do have a continued flooding threat that is ongoing for other parts of our area. We have a flash flood warning that includes the Austin Metro, another flash flood warning for Gillespie County, and then these severe storms and the tornado warned storm that right now really has that hook to it, and it is heading through eastern Bastrop County and now about to head into Fayette County. Hey, real quickly, got an update from the Duval area that we were watching, the 30 cars that were stalled earlier. Real quickly, if we have that live video, we can pull that up for you, and then we'll get back to the tornado storm. So they are towing those cars that were stranded underwater when we had the significant rain, the really heavy rain that was moving through earlier. You can see the crews hard at work there, towing in the cars. That is not a scene that you want to see. We'll get you back to that flood risk. I want to focus on the tornado warning for now, though, because this is a dangerous storm right now that is about to cross the Bastrop line into Fayette County. Keeping an eye here on the correlation coefficient just to make sure. For those who don't know, the correlation coefficient would detect if we have any debris lofted in the air, and I'm not seeing that. But when you've got a hook like that, I mean, this is just classic. You've got all the hail up here close to Smithville, tons of lightning, and then right here over Kovar, this is where the tornadic circulation is between Togo and Kovar. So if you live in this area, this is going to cross over 95. If you live in this area, please take your tornado precautions right now. And if you live closer to Smithville, even if you are not under the gun from the tornado threat, there is a tremendous amount of hail that is moving in. We are looking at ping pong ball size hail that is very close to the Smithville area right now. So we're just going to kind of bounce back and forth between the latest hail numbers. I mean, this is a very large area that is dealing with significant hail. And going into tonight, we thought that would be the main threat. Earlier this afternoon, we had a bunch of hail reports, but this is by far the most substantial hail and the largest hail core that we have seen. 1.6 inch diameter hail, 1.7, 1.9. I mean, we're getting these numbers up close to 2 inches. This is a big time hail threat. Again, that could be ping pong ball size, maybe even larger. This is heading into Kirtley here soon. Any of these areas, Togo, Smithville, the brunt of the hail is just south of you, but if you live on the south side of town, here's 95 that runs down to the south. If you live in this area, very large hail is falling. So out ahead of this, make sure you are taking those hail precautions, and if you have any property or a car or anything like that that you need to be protected, make sure you get that done right now if you are out ahead of this storm. We continue with the tornado threat with this storm. And again, I'll get this circled for you. This is going to be the area we're going to watch for that circulation. This is moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So this is going to cross out of Bastrop County and into Fayette County here shortly. Not a confirmed tornado. This is just a radar indicated tornado. Now with some of the new technology, if they have radar confirmation or spotter confirmation, we'll be able to see that here in our system. We do not have that confirmation right now. But just want to give you a heads up, this is still a dangerous storm, and if you are in any of these areas that we have been calling out, please take your tornado precautions right now. Again, we're kind of toggling between radars right here, so I'm looking in here to see what some of the velocity information is showing, if we've got any tighter couplet that is developing. It's still relatively broad right now, but remember, that doesn't mean, hey, don't take it seriously. This thing could drop a tornado at any moment if it hasn't already. So if you live near Togo, if you live near Kovar, if you live anywhere here along the 95 corridor south of Smithville and Bastrop County, make sure you are taking your tornado precautions right now. Again, an interior room, put as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. Make sure you are taking this one seriously. I'm keeping an eye on the debris potential here. Still not seeing any sort of debris ball there, but I am still seeing significant hail. Here on our radar system, when you start getting the whites and the purples and the pinks, that is picking up on really big time hail. Again, here's Smithville, where there could be some small hail, but if you get lucky in Smithville, it may end up that the brunt of the hail core stays just south of town, but it's not by much. In fact, we can kind of draw this out for you just to show you how close it is from dead center of town, Smithville. You go 1 mile to the south, that is tremendous hail. So there's a new scan for you. So let's see what the new scan is doing with both our hail core and with our tornado potential. Get this backed out for you. So here is our new scan, and we'll start here with the hail. Still really an almost incredible hail core that is heading into Kirtley. Kirtley, you are next up, and here's a note from the National Weather Service. They're saying tornado warning will continue for a possible radar indicated tornadic circulation. So the tornado warning will continue. That will go until 9:45, so another 15 minutes on that. But here, right up with the tornadic circulation, we have big time hail that is moving in. So it's crossing 95 right now. Let's get in real close, and I just want to call out some names here in neighborhoods. And if you guys, after the fact, please don't go outside to take video of this, but after the fact, if you guys have any hail reports for us, please let us know. Hannah Road, here's 95, Hannah Road, Justin Davis Lane, Freytag, and this will go for the hail threat. Again, the tornadic circulation is a little farther south. Looking here at some of the roads, we're going to have to squint to see some of these. Aldine James Drive, Buckeye Trail, Joe Cole Lane, Zappalack Road, any of these areas, you've got a big time hailstorm that is moving in right now. And next up is going to be Kirtley. Okay, and now we're starting to get this big hail moving into the Highway 71 corridor as well. So now this is starting to move from Bastrop County into Fayette County with big hail potential. Again, this could be ping pong ball size hail that is moving into parts of Fayette County right now, in addition to the tornadic circulation that we are watching. Get back into our velocity mode here. Again, just it's a little messy because we're at a distance from the radar site. Jordan, are you seeing anything in the National Weather Service chat? We have meteorologist Jordan Derensburg here with us as well. Jordan, what are you checking out?
Okay, so first off, the National Weather Service has canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for the same Bastrop Fayette Lee County storm. That's been canceled. So now the focus shifts to this tornado warning, and we're going to show the track. It's mainly moving off to the east at around 25 miles an hour. So we're going to go ahead and draw this out a little bit to kind of show you when this storm will be making its way through portions of Fayette County. Now, we're looking at LaGrange by around 10:11, the Fayette Regional Air Center by around 10 at the dot, and the Holstein School at around 10:16, or the Hostin School. I got to figure out how we're going to pronounce that. And then St. Matthew's Church at around 10:27. So we're going to see in a little bit, because we're looking at this velocity, and as Hunter talked about, it's a little muddled because we're kind of between radar sites a little bit. We're between the radar site at Fort Hood, which is located really in Granger and Williamson County, and the radar site at New Braunfels. So this is based on the New Braunfels scan. This is the New Braunfels scan, and this is the Fort Hood scan. Right now, the Fort Hood scan has a little bit more of a defined rotation, but we're going to really pay attention to this because we're taking a look once again back to our original one, and there's a little bit of a kink right there just to the north and east of Kovar and just to the south of Smithville. That's got a really good hail core based on that last scan. Those pinks and those whites, as Hunter was talking about, it's right on top of Highway 95 now. So that's where we're getting a good hail core. And yes, that is a very strong hail core that's passing along Highway 95 now. And it's around 1.7 inches in diameter. So we're getting close to ping pong ball size now, maybe even golf ball sized as well. And the Kirtley area, if you're in the Kirtley area, you're going to want to make sure those cars are in the garage, as in addition to you being in that lowest level of your house. Now let me talk about that lowest level of your house real quick as we bust those velocity values out real quick. Again, it's the lowest level of your house. It's in an interior room away from all windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as much as possible. And also make sure that you have a way to protect yourself, whether it be a baseball helmet, a football helmet, a hockey helmet, or something like that. Put your shoes on as well in case we do in fact have a tornado on the ground. But it doesn't look like it at this moment, but we're going to watch this closely.
Yeah, great advice there from Jordan as far as those tornado precautions. Again, what we want you to do, an interior room, put as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. Let's just stay hunkered down for the next 15-20 minutes. Let this storm move through. Again, this is not a confirmed tornado, but this is a storm that's certainly trying to spin, and it's got a velocity couplet that from time to time tries to tighten up. So tornado precautions, let's continue with that for eastern Bastrop into central Fayette County. Now what I did here, we're super zoomed in, just wanted to go kind of street level for you. Some areas, if you live near these roads or if this just sounds familiar to you, if this is close to where your neighborhood is, take those tornado precautions especially. Right here, this is North Old Smithville Road. That runs down to the south right through here. We've got Red Hollow Lane. We've got Vista Ranch Road. If any of these are ringing a bell, please make sure you're taking those tornado precautions that we talked about, because you guys are under the gun for where I'm seeing the most as far as the circulation right now. And again, just to stress this, we have two big impacts from this storm. We have the tornado part of this storm, a possible tornado. Here's the circulation heading close to the Stellar area. And then moving into Kirtley now in south of Smithville, this is tremendous hail that could be ping pong ball size that is moving in now. So the hail core up here on the north side of the storm, and then down in this area a little farther to the south, that is where we are watching that tornadic circulation. I'm keeping an eye on the velocity scans that are rolling in as well, just to make sure we're not missing any of the new information. Again, we're in kind of a tricky spot here. We're essentially equidistant between the two radars that we use. That's why we're getting a little bit of a tricky vantage point here. So I'm just trying to make sure we're looking at both of these data sites and that we're not missing any of the information that's coming in. And I do think that we have the best perspective coming up right here, where there's a very tight couplet, or not a tight couplet, a very small couplet that from time to time is going to try and tighten up. So let's continue to take those tornado precautions. Here's an update on the hail. We'll get you exactly where this hail core is. It is now crossing out of Bastrop County into Fayette County. And Kirtley, you're getting into some of the small hail now. This purple is where the biggest hail is, where that could be ping pong ball size, and that's going to track right in this area. So especially Kirtley, if you live on the south side of Kirtley, you've got some big time hail that is moving in. And when you've got breezy weather and a big hailstorm like this, you don't want to be around windows either. So tornado precautions, it works out that you shouldn't be next to a window right now anyways, but if you need another reason to take your tornado precautions, you don't want to be standing next to a glass window when you've got gusty winds that could be 50 to 60 miles per hour and ping pong ball size ice stones flying around. You don't want any part of that, so just make sure you are indoors and you are taking those hail and tornado precautions as this storm moves in. The hail core really, it continues to be very large, by far the largest hail core that we have seen. And for those of you who are watching in Austin right now, or who may be watching across the hill country, I do want to do a little bit of a big picture reset just so everybody can see what's going on across the rest of the area. This is the worst weather that we have here locally right now, the tornado-warned storm moving from Bastrop into Fayette County. We have still a flash flood warning for Austin and parts of Williamson County that continues until 10:45. But the heaviest rain has moved out of this area. We've had many reports of flooding, especially around Duval, around the Jollyville area, so continue to avoid driving through any flooded roadways, low water crossings, things like that, but the weather has improved across much of the metro. And likewise, we have a flash flood warning across Gillespie County, but a lot of the heavy rain is now actually south of that. And you know what? I'm glad to see non-severe heavy rain right here. These areas really need it for the drought concern there. But let's get back into our tornado warned storm. This is, I would say this is by far the biggest storm and the strongest storm that we have been dealing with today. It still has a tornado warning to it. That warning will go until 9:45, so another 6 minutes on it. Based on that, I'm going to step over to the National Weather Service chat real quick. Yeah, they're mentioning some kind of technical, so, you know, we're having a little bit of a radar issue here, and we're at kind of an interesting distance from the radar. So again, they have not radar confirmed this. This is a possible tornado. And they have not indicated yet what they're going to do about 5 minutes from now, but it is coming up here at 9:45. We will see if they decide to extend this, and at some point here shortly, we're going to be able to give some all clears to Bastrop County as the tornadic part of this storm moves into Fayette County. So if they reissue it, it would be more of a Fayette County issue rather than a Bastrop issue, but we still got to get the hail out of here as well. Let's get zoomed in on where the circulation could be as well. So there's a new scan. And this is the area that I'm watching right in here. This is where we have the storm that is trying to spin. So Kirtley, I'm watching the hail potential for you. If you live between Kirtley and Stellar, that is where we have this storm that's trying to spin, and the possible tornado is going to be down in this region. Okay, the white and the pink, that is the big hailstones that could be ping pong ball size. These are now right along East State Loop 543, and then this is 71 that runs up to Kirtley and then runs into Bastrop County. We've got big hail, and I really hope no one is out driving in this. That's a good point. If you know anybody right now that is trying to travel in this area along 71, this is the type of hail. Don't drive in this. You need to pull over, and you need to make sure your car is protected. You need to make sure you are protected. Do not drive through hail when we're dealing with hail that is this size. And then outside of that, we don't want people driving into a tornadic circulation either. So again, these are the areas that we're watching. Let's get zoomed in, and we'll try and call out a few more roads, and then we'll get you back to the hail concern. This is a big storm that has both of those issues. It has the possible tornado and then the hail on the north side of the storm. Okay, so we're just going to go through here, and we're going to name some of these roads. We'll get zoomed in. If you recognize any of these roads, make sure you are taking your tornado precautions. So right here, this is Old Lockhart Road. Right here, this is Byler Point Church is right here. Tornado precautions if you live in this area. Here we go, Old Lockhart Road. This one that travels from west to east. If you live in any of these areas, if you recognize any of those roads, you have a tornadic circulation that is close to you, or at least a potential tornadic circulation that is close to you. That's a good landmark for us there. Byler Point Church, if that is the church you go to, if you live next door, if you live in that neighborhood, tornado precautions right now, if that's where you live. Again, interior room, as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. We have another 4 minutes on this warning, so here shortly, we'll see what they decide to do with that. That's still a very concerning radar signature. Again, this is not confirmed. This is a radar indicated tornado, but I'm certainly still seeing enough here where we need to continue taking those tornado precautions. Yep, Jordan, what do you see?
I'm just seeing that on the chat that they're going to allow it to expire at 9:45.
Okay.
And they are going to keep a severe thunderstorm warning for hail up to golf ball size.
Okay, all right, so that is good news. Still need to take this storm seriously, but this is transitioning maybe away from the tornado threat for now. Still, we're going to watch it. I imagine what they'll do is they'll say a severe thunderstorm warning with the tag tornado possible. But it looks like for the time being, hail's the main concern rather than the tornadic circulation. So here in, let's see, it's 9:43 in 2 minutes. This is going to drop off. We'll stay with you and let that drop off, and then we'll continue to update you on the hail. And then, of course, here in about 20 minutes, we're coming up on KVUE News at 10 o'clock, where we'll go into the details. We've got live reporters who are covering the flooding situation across Travis County. We've got a live report from where the 30 cars were underwater earlier, so we'll pass along some of that information during our full newscast, which is coming up at 10 o'clock. That is still a big hail core right now, which is now almost entirely Keeping an eye on those notes from the National Weather Service, which is now almost entirely passed into Fayette County. Okay, so Smithville, congratulations, you are back on the backside of this hailstorm. So this part of the severe thunderstorm warning and the entire tornado warning is going to drop off. But here in the Lena area, you are next up as far as areas that are under the gun from this big hail-producing storm. And Kirtley, you are still in the mix here where we've got some very large hail. Okay, so a few more locations here for you. We talked about Byler Point Church in the path of the tornadic circulation. Not as concerned about the tornadic issues right now, but you've got big hail that is falling right now in that area. And then we have West Point Church, which is right here. Let me look closely at that road. That is FM 154, West Point Church, which is north of Lena, and here's 71. So if any of these areas are ringing a bell, and right back here we've got St. Peter's Church. You are also close to this hail core that's heading your way as this is moving to the east. Any of these areas, potential for ping pong ball size hail is there with this storm. This has been a very consistent hail core, and it's been a very large hail core. This is not a situation where we've got, 1 or 2 miles where there's a hail core and then outside of that it's fine. This is a big, broad area, very powerful storm, and it's got a big hail core to it, heading towards West Point Church right now in Fayette County, north of Lena, right along 71. I think the brunt of the hail core may end up passing south of 71. Okay, so our tornado warning has dropped off. That is excellent news, but still this is a big hailstorm. Okay, so what we'll do, I'll punch up this information for you. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning. It does have the threat with it, tornado possible. Again, that's what they do, the National Weather Service, when there's enough of a circulation there where you need to watch it, but it's not an imminent tornado threat. So there we go. They're trimming the warning. Let me get you back oriented here. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning with the threat tornado possible, but the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We still have a big hailstorm, though, that is heading into Fayette County. Plum, LaGrange, and Houston. Heads up, you guys are all included in this warning where we have a very large and dangerous hail core that is moving in. We are going to sign off of here just for a moment. Here on the TV side, we've been going on KVUE Plus all evening long. We will continue to do that for you for the next 20 minutes. And then coming up at 10 o'clock, our full newscast. Again, we've got crews out who are assessing the flooding issues back across the metro. We'll have the latest on this hail-producing storm and much more in your forecast. All of that coming up in just under 15 minutes from now. All right, hello everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams back with you. We just got a pretty encouraging note from Bastrop County EMA. They say no reports of damage right now. So hopefully we didn't have that tornado touch down. It had a problematic velocity to it, but it definitely wasn't a velocity that's, hey, this is a slam dunk, this thing's definitely on the ground. But hopefully there's no tornado damage there, but we continue to track a dangerous hail-producing storm that could be heading close to LaGrange if the hail core sticks together. What we'll do, Jordan and I have been going here for the past couple of hours. We're going to break for like 10 minutes. I'm going to leave you with the radar loop. Okay, there's just not going to be any coverage over it. I'm going to get my graphics pulled together for this 10 o'clock show, and then we'll do our full newscast, which you guys can stream here as well. So we'll be back here in just a few minutes.
I'm here off of Duval and Research Boulevard. I'm going to step out of the way. You can see that the road is cleared right now. There's no water, but that was not the case about 30 minutes ago when I talked to some drivers who told me that the water was so high that it reached their door handles and they were forced out of their cars to climb out of their cars, if you can imagine. And I talked to an officer not too long ago, and he told me that it was the cause of a flash flood and people were stuck. They actually helped some people out, but like I said earlier, some people had to force their way out. And also, some of the cars, after the water subsided, tow trucks were in the area to move them to the parking lot right next to me, the Walgreens here. And honestly, before this live shot, there was a car that was moved from the dealership, and people were helping him push on by because there were still cars that were stalled down the road. And we were also told that a security guard in the dealership of the Cadillac was actually a hero tonight. They said that he actually helped so many people bring their cars in before the tow trucks and even the police officers arrived here. So as you can imagine, a very chaotic scene. But as far as we know, that nobody was hurt, so that's the good thing here. But again, cars stalled because of this chaotic weather. But right now what we know is that the water has subsided, no one was hurt, and we're just dealing with the aftermath of all of this. Brian, Quita.
Yeah, I'll take things from here, Kelsey. We have had really 3 threats that we've been dealing with through this evening. We had the flooding threat, and I'm glad to hear that the water there for now has subsided. We've had the hail threat, and then also the threat for a couple of tornadoes. Now, this is the previously tornado-warned storm, but I want to show you this because this is a destructive hail-producing storm now for Fayette County. And if you live in LaGrange, you need to take your hail precautions right now. If you have a car that's outside, make sure you get that indoors immediately, and then you get yourself indoors, an interior room, as this is producing massive hail now. So earlier, this is our hail tracker. We'll let this loop through. The National Weather Service upgraded this to hail as large as baseball size. Now it looks like the hail core has come down slightly, but this is still very dangerous hail. It's heading into Plum right now, right along the 71 corridor. And if this holds together, places like Houston and places like LaGrange, you are going to see this hail core move in here shortly. Now, just to get in closer and show you some of the areas that are seeing the hail right now, West Point Church, St. James Church, this is State Loop 220, Plum, then getting into the Fayette Regional Air Center here. These are areas where we have very large destructive hail that is falling, so please continue to stay indoors from that storm. Outside of that, the big picture view, we have a flash flood warning which continues until 10:45 for Austin and parts of Williamson County, and another flash flood warning that continues for northern Gillespie County. Each of these areas seeing pockets of 3 to 5 inches plus of rain. Now, through the rest of tonight and tomorrow, we may not be completely done with the storm threat. We'll have much more on that coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Hunter, thanks a lot. We'll see you again in just a bit. We're also getting reports tonight of some power outages. Austin Energy, around 400 reported at this hour, down from more than 3,000 earlier. Encore seeing about 8,000 customers in Travis and Williamson counties without power tonight. Pedernales, just under 600. Bluebonnet, just under 200 customers without power at this hour tonight.
And Austin Energy is telling us as long as wind gusts don't get above 30 miles an hour, its crews will keep working to get power back onto everyone during the downpours we're seeing tonight. And as these storms continue to move through, you can get up-to-the-minute updates on the forecast whenever you need them on the KVUE app. And you can also use it to send us photos of what you're seeing in your neighborhood. It's free to download in the App Store.
In other news tonight, developing news, in fact, Austin police investigating after an American Airlines employee died on the tarmac at Austin's airport this afternoon. Police tell us an employee crashed a vehicle into a jet bridge just after 2 o'clock today and died there on the tarmac at the airport. A spokesperson for American Airlines saying they're devastated by this accident.
For the first time in a decade, Texas lawmakers are focusing on water.
The ongoing drought, growing population, and deteriorating infrastructure